Now that I know about UI manipulation and am no longer in void mode as playing a Sif, and do this and go and get the very first memory crystal in the entire game. Oh, that one has been taunting me for a while. The other memory crystal that I was missing is down in the HUD on 224. Another of those very obvious hints to tell you that there might be more to that HUD than it seems. Though it's hardly necessary, I think the best place to start with Campaign 4 is by talking to Gore, which it is very easy to use the Void Rod in front of her before this, but, well, I want to wait until now. Found it up on basement floor 2. Just hand them out. There's where you get the official name. At least until she died, according to Sif. Though the egg said that she left, and we saw her in the end of in the end of the Lillie's campaign, banishing B. It's a strange situation. Yeah, what do you got? So we've heard. It wasn't even within the walls. It was just kind of out there. The Void Blade. We've seen a number of them, but not anything containing that. Where nothingness engraves the brand of Lord, the path to damnation rests within you. Place your faith and embrace the void. So, as you have probably figured out at this point in time, there are specific rooms that resemble Lord brands, or at the very least are just the perfect size to be able to engrave a brand in there. And we already know that at the beginning of each one of the circles that there is the murals that show the Lord's brands. You can kind of put it together from there, really. The only thing is that what is when you have containing damnation? Well, that means that when you're holding the staircase, that you have, I guess, damned yourself by removing the exit. Place your faith and embrace the void, and jump down into the pit. And when they say nothingness engraves the brand, it's the brands are not going to be using blocks. They are going to be, the blocks are going to be around the brand. And there are some pretty easy brands to do, and there are some very hard brands to do. But Gore is the one that really spells it out for you, what you gotta end up doing. No, don't worry, I know what to do. No. Just hang out a little bit. I'll be back with the cool sword. Okay, but first now, what I'm going to do is I think the best way to tackle this is just go top to bottom, from circle 1 all the way down to circle 8, I guess. And kind of engrave every one of those brands. If you're trying to start up the 4th campaign as Lillie, you do get a similar line of dialogue, but, well, the game tries to discourage you from doing it with her for good reason. I don't know how that works either, but, well, here we are. Lillie just says no. They don't even include me most of the time. Getting dreams about my mom going on dates. So no hints here, but that's because you really want to do it as Gray. It's just so much easier. Circling all the way back to the first floor, we can see that the very first brand is quite simple. It's actually the easiest to inscribe as well, I would say. Or at least the easiest to find and inscribe. Also, now's a good time to mention that each one of the brands is supposed to look like Devanagari numerals, which is something that I didn't even know anything about until I played these games, so... Well, there's that. You can at least get a good idea of what each one is going to look like, just comparing it to what you're seeing right now. Also use the same thing in Zero Ranger for any time that numerals like stage numbers appeared on screen. If Gore's hint was too obscure, the second that you pick up the staircase, this happens, which should make it pretty clear that there's something going on. Here we can see, I guess, it's supposed to be Add's super form, which is a giant locust, no surprise. So, fall right in the void. And here is the first of the secret brand rooms. You can also see Add's statue around here. Pretty rare to actually see it in the dungeon because the gimmick with this one is that it's some sort of puzzle. What sort of puzzle? You gotta... It depends on which one of the statues we're talking about. Great, I got a cube. It's the burdens. Yeah, that's right. Burdens are not just for Sif. You can get them yourself, and this is how you do it. Of course, if you've been playing the game, you've probably figured that out long before this point. Also, if I search the chest again... And in fact, I can read all of the inscriptions on the murals and everything now as well. I guess B was the one that put these in here? And see, this is what I'm talking about, where it depends on which statues we're talking about, because they all have some sort of different requirement. Usually talking to one of the eggs will let you know what that is, though. That gonging sound is also going to be important. Keep that in mind anytime that you hear that particular sound effect. And then it drops me off right here. And they tell you about the whole talking to the lonely eggs around here. Oh, you can talk to any egg that you want, but they usually don't give particularly useful information, except for those ones. Sif, as we've seen, doesn't even particularly care to talk to any of them. Sif has some different dialogue when looking in the chests. Because, of course, she also already has all the burdens. Adds core. Then when the chest is open, still get the same note inside, but Sif has a little bit more to say about that. There you go. Everyone's favorite Looney Tunes insult. Second brand we got is the one that is real busted up. And this one, you cannot figure it out just looking at the mural itself. It is not possible. I even tried. I did as much sort of, here, check out the MS Paint work that I was doing trying to figure this out. Yeah, it was just not happening. And even the few letters that you can read, it's only something remains. No, this one... Oh, this one requires the puzzle that I was talking about how much I hated. The Tale of the Traitorous Lord connects the brand. But of course, it also looks like a 1. I did, as you've seen before with the Devangari numerals. But still, that's not... Just trying to inscribe every single permutation of the one numeral could work, but that's not how you're supposed to do it. And here's the thing. I don't even know if I can quite inscribe it right now, so at least for the time being, I am going to skip over this brand and then come back to it. Oh, asking about the name. Yeah. Talking about dreams. The third brand, B's brand, and the number 2. This one not nearly as easy to inscribe, but I'll get there when I get there. This one is very disorganized, which means it's going to take a bit for me to get it in order, so I guess cue up the despair theme again, why not? There we go. That should do it. Yep. You can see V with a big old smile and, well, the fly motif. We've already seen her super form. By the way, I keep calling it super form. There's no official name for it. It's just... I don't know. Feels like it fits, right? Now this is, of course, the big one to get. Oh, yeah, they will. I think that there's nothing else that really compares to getting the wings. Also another note as well. Yeah, you're clearly supposed to be getting these much earlier. Way before you end up playing a Sif. But like I said, I wanted to get everything all condensed into one part of the video rather than doing it all throughout it. And it's true, B's Superform does not actually have wings, despite the fact that she's supposed to be Beelzebub, Lord of the Flies. Which is interesting. Even the side of the brand room there had her with wings. Here's what Sif has to say about the wings. Here we go. Floor 53. No hints on this one. So, how do you actually figure out what the brand is? Well, talking to the egg does say the Tale of the Traitorous Lord connects the brand, of course. And you might have noticed that throughout all of the second circle that, well, Tail's tail is there. And if you piece together, whether right next to each other or following the little tiny, oh my god, following the little tiny, what are they even? Arrows, I guess you would call, on the scales? Can't even find a good example of it. I've already gone past every one of them. But it looks like this. Yeah, the arrows are supposed to show that they don't connect perfectly. That's just a corner-to-corner sort of thing, which is a bad puzzle. Also, great cropping job on that picture, right? I know, I did a fantastic job, I think. This was the one puzzle in the game that I had to get help for. All the other Sokoban, no issue at all. But trying to figure out the brand of Aes was just too much. Like, I just could not do it. What can I say? And I just went on stream and I said, hey, everybody, give me the most obvious hints possible, please, because I don't know what I'm doing here. It is utterly absurd, ridiculous. I hate it. But you know what? I got it right here. It's numeral 1. And with these wings, it should be relatively easy to inscribe. There we go. So bad at inscribing this. As you can see, Aes's super form is a snake. Doesn't quite go with the slugs and insects or bugs of varying varieties that we've seen before, but, well. Hey, and of course, down here we get a memory crystal, which is silly that they're hiding them even in here. And this, which looks like the numeral 1 again. "23 times. And yes, over at Tails' room, floor, whatever you call it, there is indeed an ad statue there. I didn't do it myself, let's be honest. Where you can draw them. Well, I already figured that one out. Nothing you can do to destroy this right now, but they've already told me how to do that. So did Mon just take their own seal and just put it on their face? Is that how they were hiding from Dees? That's silly. Nay, the one remaining Aes statue. Mon's brand, we're pretty familiar with at this point. Though they give you even more hints on how to do it compared to some of the other broken murals. You can also see the representation of Mon's centipede form on the side there. No idea what that's supposed to say. But of course, if you can't quite see what it's supposed to look like, I mean, the numeral 3, that makes it extremely clear. Okay, that should do it. Yep, we'll get a good look at the centipede again. And let's jump down here. Well, one more memory crystal, which is always great. But they really expected to have the wings to be able to do much of anything else around here. Which is fine, because I have that. Yeah, and if you're wondering exactly where Mon is going to be appearing in the dungeon and exactly how many locusts you need, well, here you go. Of course, I just got as many as possible. Except for maybe B4, which might be a little bit hard to predict. Every other one, as long as they're collecting everything, you'll see them. Mon was here. Until you do Sif's campaign, that's the first time you actually hear Mon's name as well. Used to be a seal here. So Mon really did just take the seal and slap it on their forehead and said, I'm invisible now. And against all odds, that worked. I guess. Well, whatever. Tan's brand, the numeral 4, and one of the easier ones to figure out. You can see that the brand is already inscribed. Sort of. I need to get rid of all the hands, or eyes, as it were. But aside from that, it's really not too difficult to figure this one out. Well, this is not quite what you might have expected. Because that's Tan. Right there. There's a sword. Well, a void blade. No, it'll come in handy in the short run. Because surprise boss fight. Okay, so I'm actually fighting Tan. Shockingly enough. But unlike, say, Mon, who has quite a few things going on, Tan is a pretty simple boss fight. Because much like the wings and everything, which gave you the tutorial on how all of that worked, well, this is meant to be done much earlier than I'm ending up doing it. Look, I didn't want to go and get all of the most overpowered things immediately. I like doing Sokoban puzzles. What can I say? In fact, that is the entire fight right there. I think Tan is supposed to be a tardigrade, a water bear. Just sort of. It's hard to see, but I'm pretty sure that's what she's supposed to be. Well, hey, that is a sword, and that is another boss fight. It's still so surprising to think that this game has boss fights. Probably didn't need to stop recording there, considering that, of course, Gore is right here. And she's the one that I was doing that whole request for, too. But as always, it's one of the numerals. And should be pretty trivial to engrave then. Hey, Gore, I'm back. I got the sword. Had to kill Tan, unfortunately, but... Oh. Hi, B. Yeah. Always doing the jump scare thing. So, that might be a problem. Or not. I mean, now I don't need to get rid of 53 locust idols. Which I've said this, 7 times now or so. You are supposed to be doing this much earlier. And that's how you're supposed to get away with not using all the locust idols. Well, anyway. Although something new that's appeared is there appear to be stink lines coming out of that hole. What's going on over here, Egg? Well, it evidently smells so bad that I can literally see it coming out of the hole, and also an egg can smell it. How does an egg smell, you might ask? Terrible! Ha-cha-cha! That's right, we got another bonus dungeon. Hope you're ready, because this one is weird. A bonus dungeon. B just created her own dungeon in the same way that Mon did. And hey, the final nonogram. Yeah, this is the one that took me a while to find. You also get a couple locust idols in case you still need those. The more important thing, of course, is that if you want to leave, take the staircase. If you want to continue down B's stinky hole, which is what I've heard this place referred to as. You also get B's theme. Yeah, B's got a theme. It's this. It's quite the theme, right? Okay, so given that the last thing that I did was get the sword, as you can probably imagine, this is going to be largely based around combat. but also sort of a strange type of puzzle, certainly. I think I might even be able to die and fall into a pit, but let's just turn Void Wings off for the time being. Going in... It's just, I'm doing this out of order so much. Alright. Does anybody not have a secret branch of the dungeon around here? Okay, so everything is just lining up the intersection of all four of the enemies here. Simple enough to start with, though they do force you to have a shade following behind you each time. Trivial. Just as soon as you fall down, here, get that. Okay, and then you can see, well, those enemies are about to just collide into each other. Now, what does this have to do with anything else that I have seen up until this point? I don't know. It's weird, though. Okay, well, there you go. Not that. Now, V does not even have any specific connection to Lev, so why do you have a bunch of their statues around here? I do wonder if they did even plan for you to end up being able to turn off burdens at first. Oh, come on now. Fine, we'll just do this. Fine. What we'll actually do is we'll do this. I'm glad that I got a bunch of locust titles before doing this. Okay, it's right there. Stink lines. Just... Yeah, no, just because it might not have started out like that. Oh, well, this is not the place to go. Just because it might not have started out like it, we do actually get puzzles in the fourth campaign. More than you might expect, in fact. And no, still not quite. Which one are you going to run into? No? Come on, Leech, tell me where I'm going here. I guess this one they really do plan for you to find a safe spot to sit at, because otherwise it's pretty dangerous around here. There you go. B, of course, much like Mon, did line all of the... Oh, hey, and here's all this. So if you didn't see this back in Mon's place, here's the introduction to the Zappy Squares. Yeah, B, much like Mon, also lined their alternate dungeon with a bunch of their own statues. Interesting use of the button mechanic here, like that. No, that's just gonna... I don't even know what I was thinking there. You just keep doing that. And then it gets just to circle around until I'm able to finish it right up. There we go. I think I've done this once, so I don't really remember the solutions to these puzzles nearly as well. The stinky hole puzzles, of course. Alright. Start with that. No, can't do that. And there we go. Strange to think that we did not really get a theme up until this point, eh? And that this is it. Oh, this one actually kind of tricky, isn't it? Especially given that I have to use a shade at the same time, too. Well, really, the best way to do this, of course, is just to actually use the sword. They do plan for you to have the sword here, of course, so why not end up using it? In fact, I should have probably remembered that for some of the previous stuff. It's just, I am so used to working without burdens, even though they do not plan for you to be going that long without burdens, and they definitely plan for you to be able to find those for the hard mode. I'm just gonna leave, if you don't mind. Still cannot get used to it. Hi. It's a Link's Awakening reference. No surprise, but, well, here we are. And of course, being a floor monster, removing tiles from underneath it is what hurts it. Which is pretty neat. I like that as a mechanic, right? Throw that back down. Really would like to avoid picking up the zappy tiles because I don't need those moving around here as well. Oh, nice. There we go. Got an entire boss fight theme and everything. Ugh. Of course, it is... With everything moving around here. Although, yeah, there we go. That's perfect. If I can just get the hole to move around in a way where it will just hit the boss, that works for me. Come on. That works too. Why are you talking like the Sans fight in Zero Ranger? Oh, come on! Really? Okay, wow, I'm doing terrible against this boss. Alright, set that back down. As long as I don't step on one of the zappy squares, I should be okay, right? Okay. I don't think I'm going to be able to get up there, though. Especially with how this is going. Of course, you can see what the boss is doing. It's trying to run around in a way that I'm not going to be able to get to it. But what if I did this? There you go. Why is B friends with a giant face? With a dumb Zelda reference. Oh, boy. How was that the hardest boss that I've fought so far? Wow. B. What did you do? I did not do that. That just happened automatically. Okay, well, I guess that takes care of that? So what happens if you get the sword before even talking to Gore? Because I'm sure that most people, including myself, probably did it like this. Yep, got it already. Void Blade. Right before coming onto this floor, in fact. A lot of the stuff, especially related to the brands, is entirely based on your knowledge of the game. Sure, you get hints in the game and everything, but if you already know about it, there's nothing stopping you from doing it. Oh, well, since you asked so nicely. So I've noticed. If you have the sword, it doesn't even tell you about the smiling statue. Try to convince you of this. Yeah, you meet a fuzzball, and then they have you eat a fruit. Given how it's gone in Zero Ranger so far, yeah, probably. Well, what if Lillie has the Void Blade? I inscribed a brand at the start of this run. Yeah, sure, why not? Hey, once you get it once, you can pretty much take it into any run. No! Yeah, just referring to the fact that she does not really give you any hints about that at all. I haven't killed anyone in this run. Let's talking about the monsters. Another Zero Ranger reference. The monk in that game said the same thing. $157, Gore's brand. Which, of course, thanks to B's stinky hole, I went right past and had to come back here later. But that's okay, because I got it now. Get rid of the mimic, just to be sure. Don't even need most of these blocks, but I do need still some of the glass blocks to remain here. Alright. Then pretty much just get rid of all of you, and I guess, here, I can remove this one, I suppose. Well, remove both of these, really. And that should be it. It's actually pretty easy to engrave a lot of brands there, with the amount of glass blocks there are. The brain value. Yes, that for each one of the floors. That is what B has meant this entire time. Giving you a hint on being able to change floors like that. So brain is a string theory reference. It's similar to the word membrane. Means something that goes across multiple universes, something like that. And I do very much know how to do that. I mean, there's the brain value right there. You remember Erasure talking about how they were working on a lot of high scientific-y type of stuff here. Well, that appears to be one of them. And here is the last remaining statue of Gore. Sort of looks like the super form that you saw there. I think Gore is supposed to be a slug. We've seen that in Sif's dream, that there was a big slug there, and that's the only one that I think that that I have otherwise unaccounted for. It doesn't really look like a slug, but, well, yeah. Normally that would show the, what is it, the numeral 5, and then would say, gotta grant their wish. That's how you break it. But since I've already done B's stinky hole, you know, have that finished for now. Lev's brand. Numeral 6. Relatively easy to inscribe, but it does require the wings because of the statues. So I can't get rid of any one of the statues because I need to have 2 of them there so I can at least pick up the stairs. And as such, I have to do that to actually remove all those blocks. Otherwise, pretty simple once you got the equipment. Gasp. Also, I'm just going to pick that up real quick. That's interesting. Each one of the other non-traitorous lords in their brand area had some sort of piece of ad, either their body parts or equipment. Here it's just empty, and somebody seems to have stolen it. Also, I totally forgot about this nonogram. Now I've seen all the nonograms. Well, strange. Something to think about, especially now that we know that, of course, Lev is apparently doing something. Sif's brand is unavailable, but that doesn't matter because it's already been carved. What room? If you have been paying attention to the room numbers, that as I've been going through Sif's section, you might notice that I skip over 223. I go from 222 to 224. Once again, I want to give shoutouts to my stream, which pointed that out, because I didn't see it. Only way that I can really get to 223, because you skip right over it, is by either using one of the warp statues or UI manipulation, which is way easier, so let's just do that instead. And there you go. You can very clearly see Sif around the side. Well, we've seen her super form before, so no surprise. And I guess this shows that Sif is the one who has been carving all the statues. And we get all of the statues from the traitorous Void Lords down here, along with, of course, one more Lev statue being created here. And there's glasses, too. Here is the next part of what I'm supposed to be doing. Sure, we figured out the brand stuff, but what now? Well, destroy the traitors. I've defeated one non-traitorous lord, one traitorous lord, and unfortunately that means that I now gotta go kill Tail. Well, turn to 0, 0, 0. I'm sure that once you figured out the UI stuff, you probably went to B0, 0, 0, but here, it just tells you exactly that. Final treasure. Yes, it's all coming down to Dees. But first, I gotta go get that, of course. And there is also one more treasure chest over here behind an ad statue. So what are you supposed to do to open that up? Well, I just figured this out by accident just because, hey, I want to push around the statue while talking. Yeah. Glad they covered up Mon statues there, by the way. 99 locusts, which I guess that's could be considered a treasure of ads. It's not as impressive as getting, like, the wings, for example. I do not want to do this, but if we're going to continue on with this, I need to. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Developers really should have given some sort of alternate way to do this, but what are you going to do, right? Did say wait, wait, and wait. Hope I did it okay, I was gonna say I hope I did it the correct number of times. And yeah, One thing I forgot to do last time is talk to Tail before killing her. And if you do that and B tells her not to talk to people, I also get to see the animation of actually pushing B around there. Thanks, B. As always. Okay, this is the perfect place to get to 000. This treasure better be worth it, because I had to kill Gore and Tan, who really did not deserve that, and Tail, who probably deserved it even less. Finally get to enter Turian. You can see that was Gore's head, Centipede Mon on the side, and then, of course, Snake Aes on top. Well, it's got a cool diamond and, like, little wings on there. That's neat. And what does it do? Well, this is the Endless Rod. What it does is it lets you pick up an infinite number of blocks. Blocks work like a stack, so it's last in, first out. And if you've gotten to this part of the video, I just assume that you know about data structures, and that makes perfect sense to you. You're just like, oh yeah, okay, like a stack. Honestly, not as impressive as I thought it would be. The wings, probably more powerful in terms of solving puzzles. It's just this is essential for getting to the final campaign, of which I've got to dive real far back into the dungeon to do that. I've got all the equipment, and 227 is pretty obviously the brand room for the 9th circle. The only question is, what is the brand of Dees? The mural does not give much indication of what that would be. Or does it? Yeah, this is the only hint that you are given, aside from maybe it being the first thing that you try now that you can pick up an infinite amount of blocks with the Endless Rod. It took me a while. It took me right until I was about to engrave the brand to even figure this out. So let's start it up. Got a 1, get rid of you, get rid of you. And that will allow me to push the Vengeance statue out of there. And overall, I just really want to clear out every one of the statues because I'm picking up everything after all. And having statues in the way is not really going to help. So I'll do that sort of thing. Staircase, I might as well just pick up right now. Yeah, I don't really need to think too much about being tactical with how I am picking things up if everything has to go, right? The only real strategy when it comes to doing this is making sure that you leave about 2 glass blocks so that you can pick up the block that you're standing on, and then the last one will, and the other glass blocks will crumble underneath you. Okay, so a little bit of something like this, not like that. A little bit of something like this should do it, but I do want to make sure. Yeah, as soon as I get down to 1 block, this should be trivial. Well, provided that I can actually pick up the glass blocks, of course. So, we'll go about, like, here and here. And then with that, oh, wait, grab you. And then, there we go. And there you are! Completely empty brand. Only possible with the Endless Rod. Dees, of course, gets no indication of if you've done it correctly. No picture of it around the outside. All right, so now one more puzzle to solve here. The Leech of Aes, the Maggot of Mon, and the Eyeball of Gore. You need to do them in, and you need to do them in the Leech Gore or Aes Gormon order like that too. So first off, now come on. Just want to make sure that I can get back easy enough. Right, sneaking by you here is not the easiest thing sometimes, but should be fine. Bam, and then one more. There you go. Can push that out of the way. And the beaver, of course, is just there as red herring because, as I've said before, Void Stranger is one of the few games that I can think of that has red herrings. This is an entrance. Even remove the HUD for it. I like the version of the Endless Rod that is interpreted as some sort of like muscular humanoid guy with the wings and the diamond as the head. Let's go. So, previous thing you could have thought of as the ninth circle, but I would consider this to be the true ninth circle. The Dees realm. Prospera ad Astra. Through hardships to the stars, I think? We also now have these statues in play. The Aes ones. What do? Well, you can push them into a pit to create a block. The ninth circle in the Divine Comedy is also for traders. I think that I am ready. I like that the Aes statues are actually very friendly. Pick up you too, because of course we still have memory crystals. These are where all the remaining memory crystals are going to come from, except for one. Blade, wings, memories. Okay, and I think that's actually randomized each time which of the equipment you need to use, so it does prevent you from not having, say, the cube here to come in, because that's the only one that is not absolutely essential for finishing this up, I think. By the way, picking those up out of the HUD will, in fact, prevent you from using them. So, for example, I start falling here because I no longer have the wings. That's an important thing to remember. And yeah, for endgame, no surprise that things are going to start getting real wacky because they expect you to have some very powerful things to start with and to have a good mastery over the game, too. Fancy walls. Just like this, pretty much, because I just want to make sure that I can destroy all of these, right? Bam! All the Aes statues just fall right into there. So I guess this is what the rest of the dungeon would have normally looked like, except they were clawed smooth. Alright, now I hope you've been paying attention to the Aes statues and have gotten a good mastery over the wings, because that's what they're testing here now. Can't really do anything if I go forward, so I'm going to go back instead. Do this, and it's actually a pretty simple puzzle. Easing you in nicely before they throw in the Mon statues. Yeah, they did say the Trail of Traders, right? And as such, I'm going to be seeing all of the statues that have otherwise not really been used. Okay, Mon statue was used, but, you know. It's interesting because it is entirely possible for you to get to this part without having done Void Stranger Sif. That could definitely have happened. However, obviously not in the way that I ended up doing it. Okay, so if I want to go get that... Pretty much if I want to go get that crystal, what I'm going to need to do is lock these leeches in the side there. Here, can I suppose I can actually... Now that I have the Endless Rod, I can pass turns really easily, right? So I just need one more. There we are. Get you real close, like. There. That's what I wanted to do. Not the easiest thing. A little bit finicky, but Just need to make sure that I can get past those statues, but also that I can go and grab that as well. So there's 2. Okay, Mon statues. This is very reminiscent, of course, of the stiff stuff. I'll just start out with this immediately. Want to make sure that I can go and grab you. And then from this point, all I should need to do is circle around, and since the mimic is just slightly desynced from me, do this. I don't even need to, although I do also want you in here too. Block sight, because then there we go. Had plenty opportunity to become very good at that prior to this point. I really like this as a final area. It is testing all of your knowledge and actually using every one of the otherwise overpowered things that you've gotten throughout the game, including the Endless Rod, which I think, aside from these puzzles, is not really used at all, or at least isn't required to be used. Obviously, you can use it, but, you know, it's not like it helps out compared to, there you go, a lot of other stuff. Okay, carefully defeat enemies or perish. Also, a statue right there, because what that's going to do is that's going to block the vertical and the horizontal Mon statues from killing me when I try to go to the staircase. Because they will do that. They love doing that. Also, real quick, put that in front of there just to make sure that I'm not going to get killed. Because, of course, the only way that you could possibly end up killing the strange eyes is if you are perpendicular to the statue. Because if you are on the same lane, it's just going to zap you as soon as you destroy the enemy. So that one right there has to be blocked by a statue. Wait, before I do that. There, now I can't go on the top row, but that's okay. Now I can't go on the second row, but that's okay. And there we go. And the singular Aeus statue, the one that actually remains, is easy in front of both the statues to let me get through here. Oh, now this is a fun one, isn't it? Okay, so I need to get rid of all the enemies, but then I also need to deal with an extra block there, because if I try to move over, because I don't have any way that I could put a block in front of the statue over there on the left side. It's just too small. Can't move around in that way. But I also can't walk on the used block, because, well, that'll kill me. So I need to figure out some way to get rid of that. Okay, let's just grab a couple blocks here. Because what I'm going to do, I want one to throw down so that I can grab this. And I want, what is it, 2 blocks, I think? I'm going to have to make one real nice little loop around here to make sure everything is taken care of. Then slam down. Slam down. There's the regular permanent block. I can walk on these to get rid of it, so then I have some place I can set that down. And I picked up a couple extra blocks, but I really only need 1 to get that. Tricky puzzle. Took me a long time the first time I was playing this. All right, another one of these, using the temporary blocks to get rid of Mon statues. As you do. Got a strange smile here, but I'm not going to worry too much about that one, really. Yeah, what I'm doing right now is I am setting up a good, huge amount of area for me to be able to set down blocks here. So if I do that, for example, what I'd like to do is I would like to lock the leech over there, and then I can just go pick it up right here, right? Don't accidentally hit it with the sword. That would be bad. And then we can go and get its small area back up. Good here. Have just enough time to be able to grab that and then throw down the temporary block to finish this one off. There you go. Very nice. And grab one more memory crystal. How am I doing on memory crystals? I should check that real quick. No Mon statues here. It's otherwise very... This one! Look at this! Look at this puzzle! Look at the absolute absurdity that they're asking you to do right now. 49, 122 of 128, getting so close. So, I guess the one saving grace of a puzzle like this is that there's so few things to do that you're eventually going to figure it out. I really thought that it had to do something with you needing to pick up the amount of locusts that you had remaining. Thankfully, it does not. The fact that that is uncovered in the UI is just to tell you how many lives you have left. Everything else, the only thing that you really need to pick up, of course, is the wings. Which, well, you know why they're making you do that. So, let's grab you, and I can grab the permanent block, and then from here, I can use this to go grab the wings. So I don't actually have access to the wings while I am holding this in the endless rod. However, thankfully, the wings do remain active, at least for the turn that you pick it up. So right now, I would just fall off if I tried to do that. But otherwise, it does remain active for that amount of time. And it's just enough. One more usage of the rod would kill me. What a puzzle. That's another one that took me way, way longer than I thought it would. Hardly moves. So yeah, now we've gotten introduced to the Aya statue. We've gotten introduced to the Mon statue, which I'm already very familiar with. But now we get the Gore statue actually being used. Also, check out that background. It's a solar system. Perspera ad Astra. I don't think I said that correctly. Whatever. And then he can't move it past this point. So it's a one-time use statue saying Gore's iconic phrase here. And that's the deal with that one. Oh my god, this one. Okay. The puzzles up to this point are hard. Quite hard. Like, very, very difficult. This one is just stupid. This one is infamous for just how ludicrous it is. Hey, do you see any way to solve this? That's intentional. Hey, what's going on, Egg? I'll wait for you to figure it out. Hey, did it. The Egg said the thing. If you continue talking to the Egg, then. Come on. I know you got something else. Try different palettes. Some of them make my eyes hurt. These are the hints for this puzzle. Have you figured it out? Well, I mean, you can try the different palettes. Get out of here. So, yeah, if you go in the settings. Here, like yellow, for example. That actually has sort of a pinkish purple type of hue to it until you go back to... well, like the main screen. Did you see it? Yeah, that's right. Whenever you pause, the ad statue moves. This is the puzzle. How did I figure it out? Well, I knew that this is likes to do weird meta puzzle, HUD stuff and whatnot. So I'm just like, I don't know, maybe pausing the game does something. Because let me tell you, the Egg isn't very helpful. You have to talk to it like 5 times to even get that palette hint, and it's not even that good of a hint. Dumb puzzle. Dumb, bad puzzle. Developers did a bad job on that one. It is the infamous puzzle of this entire set. Nothing even compares. Okay. Gotta carve out a good path, get rid of the Mon statues, but also make sure that I get rid of all of the statues and get the memory crystal too. So this creates a path of temporary blocks, contiguous temporary blocks, that will take out that one statue way on the bottom there. By doing this, now the memory crystal is also part of the used blocks. And if I go over here, that's good. And that will also give me a path that I can follow to the exit. Don't want to go any farther than that because otherwise I'd start to lose blocks, and because there's still a vengeance statue over here, it will zap me if I try to move anything around. This one, it's so simple, isn't it? No. The wings are a very robust piece of equipment, and if you even have 2 blocks, you can do a lot of stuff with it. Yeah, the 4 over here, with the way that you can only move those statues once, really limits your ability to do much of anything. And that's why you need to use this last statue here. Otherwise, it doesn't work. The pallets, that's the hint. Okay, I got the endless rod. Let's just get rid of all of you. Thanks, Egg. just a little bit of encouragement right before the end here. Okay, throw that down, and as always, as long as you button right next to a staircase, pretty easy to figure that sort of stuff out, right? Okay, so we are working with statues that do not enjoy moving. Well, as long as anytime I push a statue, I have it immediately get onto a button, that should be a solution enough just by itself, but I'm going to want to make sure that I don't block my way through to the exit. And I also do have to go and get the memory crystal as well. Let's just grab a bunch of blocks here so I can continue doing stuff, because I want to get rid of you. Should be good. This one, you don't have to be super concerned with doing this perfectly or anything. The main thing, of course, is making sure that, yeah, like I said, you don't lock yourself in or lock yourself out of getting the memory crystal more than anything else. So this will prevent myself from being locked in, which will just be useful by itself. Now what I can do is I can do that. That gives me enough space to grab you. From here, I think that mostly does it, because I can just push the other 2 statues on there and still have enough space to be able to get to the end. There you go. Hey, so this is a fun way that they force you to take away your usage of the sword. Because there's only 3 vengeance statues, and if I don't take away that block, I'm going to get killed by the octahedron. So what do you do from here? Gonna make some very careful motions to be able to get all the strange smiles nicely lined up. Those weren't too bad. The last one, though, because I can't get rid of that first one. The strange smile will kill me if I try to circle back around and get the statue. I have to push this out of the way to get the strange smile to chase after me, because, well, there's no other way that I can get the strange smile to chase after me in a way that where it doesn't kill me. So we'll get you way over here, circle around up top. Then what I would like to do is just go block that line of sight, and bam, there you go. And because I can put down 1 block, there you are. Covers that one real easy. The old zappy blocks with the tutorial there, if you hadn't seen those in Mon's Funhouse or B's place. You know, also, I think we're in the middle of the... Yeah, you can see that we're in the middle of the solar system chart there, too. That's fun. Let's grab that, put that there. Oh, wait, no, let's grab a regular block, one that's not going to kill me. You could think of this as being, like, Deece's side area in the same way that B and Mon had one. Because there is a 9th circle, that's Alphabet Land, but it really doesn't compare to this now, does it? Blade of Beginning, add the beginning, you know. Also, it's like, what other blade am I going to be using here? Ever Vigilant. I mean, we did see that Lev, even back in the day, was supposed to have killed Mon, but then eventually killed Mon anyway in Sif's campaign, so there's that. And Nothingness, claim the lazy eyes. How exactly did nothingness was the cause of death for Gore? Strange. Don't know how exactly they did that, but they did. Indeed. Well, we also found out, of course, that, yeah, you got to make some very, very particular motions as you're doing this to be able to kill the... Damn it! To kill the leeches before they do that, or they do that. Yeah, I screwed it up. I didn't go fast enough. Simple motions are Just do a little staircase type of thing there. You'll be able to get the leech then before it... Here, get over here again. I know I can make this. There you go. Yeah, staircase motion to be able to get over there. There we are. Get you, and then finally finish up with you. Yeah, because otherwise the next turn, if I didn't kill that one leech, on the next turn it would have ran into the lightning, and that kind of is a problem given the very particular way I need to do this. Getting rid of all those blocks at the same time makes that nice and easy, and then from this point it's, you know, just move around the blocks, get them struck by lightning. It's fine. Don't have to be too worried. Not to say that you can't mess this up still. You certainly can, but it's fine. Okay. Can move 2 blocks. We got 5 vengeance statues here. Got to defeat all the enemies. And this is a test of figuring out the circle so that you can go to each one of the enemies while also facing them. And so to do that, get you there. Then go up because you will move horizontal. I forgot to grab a block, so we got to do that again. And the funny thing is that the brains do not have any values here. They're just 3 question marks, so no using UI manipulation to give yourself more locusts. Trust me, you probably would want to. Like, I certainly went through all of them very quickly the first time I was doing this. Okay, I want to grab you. It's sort of off by 1 problem. Feels like it's been a while since I've seen that. And grab 1 more so I can use that to get to the exit. There we go. Tricky. This one is a strange room. This one is for a later puzzle, so keep it in mind. For 4 vengeance statues around Egg. And then on the left side, we got add statue and staircase. All right. This one's not too bad. Just remember that you can get the buttons down in any order for the most part. That's the real thing. Because it is, of course, tempting to try and do some of the middle ones first, but you got to give yourself room, right? We'll just do that, a little bit of that. Fairly easy puzzle, at least compared, and it's still not quite symmetrical. What can I do about it? Oh, this is such a fun one. So, with the leech up there, ready to use that temporary block, I only have a limited amount of turns before I die. Now, one of the handy things, though, is that as long as I'm only pushing statues to the left or down, I should be able to just stay behind them and be safe from the Mon statues. So on that point, I'm just going to go grab you real quick. Grab this. There's 1 pass down. Got 1 more to go. Grab that, put that there. And okay, everything should be behind a statue, so I can just push it. The only problem is that getting to the staircase now, if I were to push this down, trying to get to the staircase would result in my untimely death. Endless rod, baby. It's great. All right. Oh, this one. So the temporary blocks are set up in a particular way where they are one way. You can only go into them. You can only use them once, because otherwise, even with the wings, you'll still just fall right into the pit. You know, do this sort of thing. So, what do you actually do? Well, you gotta make... The thing that I tried to do when I was first starting this was figure out how to get rid of all 3 of the statues, the vengeance statues. That is not gonna happen. But then there are 2 holes here that I need to fill that I can only move a single block. Well, that's where the Aeus statues come in. And I do have, you know, a 2-way sort of makeup there. That makes that easy enough. That makes that easy enough. And then I do have 1 more way to get out of here to totally forget to pick up a block and put it underneath the thing. I have 1 block that I can pick up, and I didn't even do it. Okay, well, anyway, it's fine. It's fine. It'll just take 5 seconds. Look, I don't need to go and redo the entire Dees realm because I screwed that one up. Even though, with the way I've been doing this up until this point, it feels like that wouldn't be out of the question for me. Okay, you can just go back over here. Bam, bam, bam. Done. That puzzle also took me a long time. And hey, here we get the payoff room. So with the Aeus statue, you can have the statues activated. That's okay. But I do need to get rid of that statue, refill out the middle part. And since I can pick up and put down the staircase, that's fine. So if you do this wrong, this sends you back a few levels. Something that I never did it wrong, so I had to be told about. But there you go. That should be perfectly acceptable. Yeah, I was very confused because it's like, what's the challenge here? Hey, we got another one of these strange octahedrons in the HUD forcing you to pick up something first. And oh no, not the strange memory, or no, that's not what it's called. Not the void memory. What am I gonna do without that? Oh no. Get rid of all of that immediately. Push this A statue. Yeah, if you just want to say solve the, just like solve this puzzle, you just push the A statue over here and you can just leave. But of course, I want that memory crystal. And to see what the egg has to say. Hey, I mean, if they're preventing you from talking to that egg, it must be something important, right? Okay, so this is another one of those. Make sure I get rid of every one of the vengeance statues all at the same time. And then now what, you might ask? I'll remember I picked up a block already. Handy like that. So we now have memory back. We can go and see. Didn't even need that third block there. I can. Good line. In fact, maybe more interesting is I think this is supposed to be the NPC that Sif was talking to. With like apologizing and saying don't give up. How does she get down here? I don't know. Could also be that this is the person that she was looking for, maybe? Probably not, but... Well, she did have a talent for traversing the dungeon. Somehow managed to get into Realm of Dees. Interesting how that goes, isn't it? What's the lore implication? I don't know. Must ascend. Hey, have you been paying attention to each one of the circles and the void lords that lord over them? So let's check that out first. You can also have the mimic die, which will... The entire reason the mimic's here to do it like that is to have you the tan statue, to make sure the tan statue hangs around. Yep, so we can do that. Yeah, that's another thing with that kind of points to that one NPC being the same NPC, because it doesn't say "don't ask how I know," which is otherwise the trademark phrase of a lot of the other lonely eggs. Okay, but I don't know how to do this. Add a statue, A statue, B statue, Mon statue. I suppose also the reason why we're using a mimic is because of the Mon statue. Tan statue, Gore statue, Lev statue, and finally Sif. Dees does not get a statue. And that leads us into the finale. Do have some ad statues around here, but no way that I can get rid of them, nor is there any reason why I would want to. We do get like a little heart Aes room. Oh boy. A, B. It's pretty weird, right? Well, as long as it's not in the it's stealing all of my locusts. I had so many that didn't even finish that. So yeah, that's annoying. Good luck getting out of this without being in void mode. So, we're no longer in the RPG fight. Alright, let's go. Hey, do you remember Floor Baby's fight earlier? Yeah, that's the name I'm going with. Why not? Floor, Baby. Very similar sort of fight here where I need to destroy all the flies. It's interesting that bees, flies that make up her have wings, but she doesn't have wings herself. Where are we going? Alright. Get close. Get one lightning zap. So my strategy, for the most part with this, is kind of hang out on the side and see if I can snipe a bee. They're not bees, they're flies. Here and there. It's not the easiest thing, especially if they're going down the middle like that, but slashing at B's main body also does kill a fly each time. Oh no. Might have wanged this one. I super did. Ah, come on. I was doing pretty good there. I really want to just stay in the middle of the arena anytime you do that, just to be absolutely sure that you can get out of it in time. No, it is absolutely not my first time here. If I didn't get all my locusts stolen, I would have been fine. Yeah, it's not like being in void mode is going to make any difference as of now. Of course, saying that just kind of gets you through the dialogue a little bit faster. All right, let's go. Do need to defeat every one of the flies. Staying in one spot also has the lightning strike a spot that's already done, which is handy for preserving a bit of the floor here. There we are. Yeah, RPG fight. There we go. Too tough to take on B, but I also do have a magic sword. As created by Ad and everything, so, you know. Probably also does make a difference by itself, too. There we go. Oh, right. It's got to be the one before that. I should know. It's still turn-based fight, by the way. Okay, so one of them is frowning. I think it's that I want to go kill the frowning one? Yes. I remember that correctly. Good. Kind of surprised. You know, V should have just had the Floor Comma Babies boss fight theme. That was a good theme. I know, maybe not as dramatic as this one. There we go. Maybe not as dramatic as this one, to be honest, but still a pretty good one. Okay. I think now I'm actually looking for the smiling one. I was not looking for the smiling one. Oh, no, I got zapped by lightning. Ugh. Okay, back to all three. Jewel. One that's smiling still. All right. Good. Get at least one here. I didn't see which one. Oh, that was actually enough. Hey, B's down. Then down here we get Mon. Of course. Sure have. I see Mon is very particularly in a way that prevents you from pushing them into a pit. Although I suppose I could use the Endless Rod, right? Nothing that stops me from doing that. So I've seen. Sure, what do you got? Especially considering that I've already lost all of my Locust titles, right? Okay, I can... Let me know if that hint was useful. Yeah. Thanks, Mon. Okay, well, let's get into it. Not even quite sure what this room is supposed to be, but we do just have kind of an extra couple ones around here anyway. All right. Here we go. Final boss time. I don't even know what I'm doing here. I'm just doing it. Do I want to help out Mon? That's the real question, but, well, here we are. Apparently! Obviously, what I'd want to do is shut down Dees, but how? How would I even do that? So, you can take a guess at what that means. Great. So, Sif is not confined by the turn-based game. Oh boy. All right. Get ready, because this is a boss fight and a half to do. Has a number of different attacks, a lot of them largely based off of the same attacks that Despair would do back in Void Stranger. This one, for example. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, I was so close. I was so close to managing to do that one anyway. Get attack number 1, which I don't remember which one that is. But yeah, this is not turn-based. I'm still turn-based, though, by the way. As I'm sure you can probably tell, I am trying to just slam blocks into her to make this work. I think, no, not there. Oh, boy. We'll also get quite a bit of lore here, too. As every time I die, which is going to happen a lot, I am going to... Well, this is more of an attack from the big skull guy in green-orange than Despair, but still. All right, 6. Attack 6. Oh, yeah, the swords are very much an iconic Dees attack. Or, Dees attack. Despair attack. As long as I wait long enough, I should be able to dodge around that. I hate this one. And of course, then they also do try and zap me as well. You can take a look at like Sif's eyes to get an idea of how many lasers are going to be used, but there's no way that I can pay attention to that and see it. I like the boss fight version of Sif's theme as well. She gets several. Most of the Void Lords do, after all. Yeah. At least this one is relatively simple to... Hey, come on. Which one was it? I didn't see. Oh, it's a 0. Okay. The add attack. That's not what it is. But that's add's number. Yo, did I actually do... I think I did enough damage to get into phase 2. Yeah, there's a second phase, by the way. Oh, God! I was hoping that I could just maybe stay in one space. Phase 2, 1 increases the difficulty of attacks. On top of that, then, 2, it does restore all of your blocks. Yeah, the hitbox on the lasers are only active for a frame, which is still pretty easy to hit you with. And, okay, I can move here. Still pretty easy to hit you with, but at the same time... Okay, come on. Shoot straight at me then. Ah! Come on! Was doing pretty good there. I was so close to getting to second phase. I mean, good luck getting past second phase. The attacks just become more powerful past that point, which is a lot of fun. Remember, it's just like one frame that stuff is active. Oh, I hate this one. It's not like it's super hard or anything, but I do a bad job with it anyway. All right. Not bad. Did not expect a boss fight like this in this game. The fact that we even had... it's such... With the lack of a floor there. Everlasting. B has stated that she can't die before, which, well... Well, there, I just accidentally fell right off. That's me! Here I am. It's such a huge range. It's like what you want to do is you want to pay attention to windows up here. And then react accordingly. No, I can't pick up multiple of one block. What am I doing? Okay. Just pay attention. It only hits one block is the thing. Here? Oh, right, I forgot that the last one then too also goes directly towards you, which is pretty silly. Okay. Come on. Good. All right. Oh, come on. And of course, again, these exploding projectiles, like they did in the fight against the very similar sort of fight. Literally throwing hands. That was a thing that was iconic for Despair, which I think in the one clip that I showed of the Despair fight, you could see that pretty clearly. Okay. Yeesh. Oh, that was not going to happen. Ah, come on. I got the one phase one. Yeah, and then, like I said, all the other phases then become super hard. Watch out for that. Watch out for that. And then it becomes... Okay. Not bad. 0 attack, which as long as... These are slow projectiles, but they are still projectiles. Good. Ugh. Getting hit by this attack would just be embarrassing. Watch as I now get hit by this attack. Pretty good. One attack. What was one again? Okay. As long as I'm careful, should be fine. Ugh! Oh, really? With the tiny platform I got there, it's like, what else was I gonna do? You, and then I can go use these. Okay, we got the Explodo Stars. Oh! So, like, I can do this better, I swear. It's hard, though. It is actually quite hard. Yeah, this is very much a different sort of sequence than you might have expected for the end of this game. Sif's power is pretty incredible, especially when she's given the ability not to be constrained by the turn-based nature of the game. I hate that attack. I hate that attack. I can never tell what the hitboxes are. It's so frustrating. And that one, okay. And I should be able to start gathering enough stuff here. There, and I knew I was going to get... As soon as I saw that attack, I knew I was going to get hit by it. It's kind of ridiculous. I got to phase 2 so quickly, I thought, it's like, oh, maybe I'm actually getting good at this fight. There you go. Yeah, this one. Not too bad, just kind of like up and down. That's how you want to do it. Up and down. Swords. That sword attack was real rough in Zero Ranger as well. These hands do not explode in projectiles though, which does make a difference. Hey. Oh god, oh god. Good enough. Sif? Oh yeah, and also if you go up to the little guys, they will immediately start doing a retaliatory attack. So you do have to make sure that you're not up too close to them at any point in time. So at this point, you might be realizing that there is a gimmick with this fight. Because it would be pretty absurd to actually ask you to finish this fight in what has otherwise been a Sokoban game up until this point. And you would be correct. However, we still do have more dialogue, don't we? Okay. Whew, I hate that. I just don't want to... Like, this is easy enough to dodge, but I don't want to get hit by it. Ah, I was probably so close to the second phase, too. Now here's the thing though. You can actually do this fight. This is not like an impossible fight or anything like that. Oh, no, no, no. It is very possible. And if I was really trying to be comprehensive in this playthrough, I should probably do it. Well, that's why I'm going to put mostly comprehensive. Okay, this is hardly the most difficult boss fight I've ever done in, like, video games or anything. I've done some pretty ridiculous boss fights, but it's just like, oh, man, I've already spent, like, 200 hours even, you know, playing the game, creating this video, everything like that. Mm-hmm. Ah, come on. I was definitely going to be... so... I don't know. It's just... Unless I can't manage to get real lucky before Sif runs out of stuff to say. And I'm going to take the alternate route on this one. Good enough. Ugh. So close. Ah. Almost got me there. Almost, but not quite. I hate this attack. Have I even dodged it once? Okay, it should go up from there, and then I can go down from there just to barely dodge it. Okay, I think we're on second phase, actually. Which, honestly, I should just be able to, like, hang out here. Because they're not going to... Sif's not going to be able to refresh those blocks. So, now all of the attacks are more difficult. Oh my god. Yeah. To the point that, yeah, there's no way. Also, I mean, I just did that badly too, but, you know. Okay, okay, okay. I mean, of course, even from the... Is there any way? No, I can't actually go off the... It's like that was such an easy attack otherwise to do. I don't know. It's bad. That's what. I'm bad at video games. I'm sorry I suck so bad, everybody. Oh, right. You can't... You can't get... if you get anywhere close to the little guys, they just immediately murder you. They do a pretty much undodgeable attack there. It hits so many areas. Oh, really? Well, okay. That was too many things at once. Yeah, I might not be ending up doing this fight the proper way, which I don't know if you've seen it so far. It is pretty difficult. All right. Okay. And it slowly gets wider and wider in terms of the range it hits. There you go. But yeah, this was pretty obvious that it's just like there is some sort of gimmick going on here. I think it goes without saying, because it's just, they would not ask you to do this fight in this game. I know enough about video games to know that trying to actually beat this boss normally would be an absurd thing to ask of any players, really. Come on, Chef. Be careful. Ooh. Okay, I got second phase. Let's go head down here. I'll be safe, it seems. To be fair, I am getting better at this fight. It's just, yeah, look at that. add that many more projectiles to that attack. And she also does do the huge... Okay, wait. Right. I didn't even see... So yeah, a lot of the improved stuff for phase 2 is like adds more projectiles to the attack or just does more stuff, period. It's pretty rough. That was close. Nope, that was even closer because I died. Hey. Okay. I think I should be safe here if I just then, after that, I just dip off the bottom is what I was going to do. You named every move that a human can make? Really, Sif? What's the move that I'm doing right now? What's the name for that one? All right. You can see that there are some points where I'm just so focused on dodging that I forget to actually start throwing down blocks here. It's a very large area that one attack hits, isn't it? It is something. Okay, well, at least I have plenty of space here to be able to... I don't like this attack. Some of the attacks that I usually would dodge pretty well, I'm dodging very poorly here. And some of the attacks that I would normally dodge very poorly, I'm still also dodging very poorly here. Like for example, that attack, I know what the bit is. They hit you in the order that they come out. Ugh. I suppose like the horizontal sword attack is, you know. Also, if you literally start out each one of the... Come on now. The court sessions, you know, for these defects and whatever else. And as we've seen with all of the various Void Lords, they are all like missing body parts and whatnot, which I think is supposed to represent like their imperfection or whatever. Ah! Yet despite being immortal beings, they are still flawed in their own ways. I'm gonna die here. Yep. That's a really rough one too. That's a really rough one there. Okay. There we go. I know the basics of how to do that attack. I just don't do it. Oh, what can I say? Two, one, yeah. Good enough. Want to definitely watch out for the laser guns, though. Not too bad, though. One that's the top, yeah, that one. Which you can try to dodge in the middle. I don't think it's a good idea, though. Oh, this is not a good time for this attack. Ah, jeez. Okay. Yeah, because it hits the entire arena otherwise. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Good enough. I didn't see what the attack was. Oh, it's this one. Well, never mind. I think I'm going to die now. No. I tried. There's Sif's signature attack. Number 7. Oh, I haven't even seen this one yet. Oh, and then the last little bit there is supposed to be that you actually go off the sides, which I should have done, but I didn't. Okay, well, at least this one gives me enough time. I mean, enough time. The next attack pretty much started at the same time, too. Okay. What do you got? Oh, it's Sif's signature attack. Well, Stardust, which is pretty easy to dodge as long as you have enough space, right? We gotta watch out for exploding. Ah, that stupid thing was right there. Stupid super final boss. Okay, I didn't see the order in which those are coming out, but that works. Gotta pay more attention to that. It's hard, though. What can I say? Doing that. No, I think like the way you really want to do this is just dip underneath the orbs as they come out there, right? Really, the swinging one. Oh no, this is... Well, I can do this. It's a little bit tricky. Well, thanks, Sif. I guess that's the one that I guess that's the attack she uses if you're hanging around on the left or right side too much. Because there does seem to be some context-specific attacks, too. Not bad. Just gotta watch out for the fast ones, right? There we are. Good. It's a this is very much a rough fight. It is not like an easy fight by any stretch of the imagination. Oh, really? That attack? That's not even the hardest attack. I think I may died to that like once when I was doing it in Zero Ranger. There we go. Which one are you doing? Wing attack? This one, he's like so easy to dodge. I really just got to keep moving around, and yet I did so bad with it up until this point. It's kind of ridiculous. All right. And just kind of got to watch out because they purposely make that last one a little, a bit difficult to do. I don't have any more blocks. It's fine. The hitboxes on everything are smaller than they look, which is good. That's 6. Oh, I hate 6. Lev's number. Yeesh. Hey, okay, we got the block refresher. That's phase 2 then. Let's see how I do. We can at least see a couple more of the phase 2 versions of the attacks, right? Oh, and then we also just get the little tiny... Oh, and it also doesn't even go in cardinal directions. It goes in 8 directions. Wow, that is a rough... I don't remember like half of the phase 2 attacks, mostly because I didn't even see them most of the time. Because I die pretty much on the first one that is done. But it's like, yeah, you get the little guys there that are attacking you, and then you also get, on top of that, the projectiles becoming much larger, so you can't just be horizontal from it. Good. I remember this one in phase 2. What it does is it also does an extra ring of projectiles when it activates. What was this one? Okay. It just makes me think of like Deltarune attacks, that one in particular. No surprise. I was trying to like wait it out, and I did not do a good job there. All right, 6. Like just trying to wait it out just long enough so that I can dodge around that. It wasn't quite enough, was it? Well, hey, thankfully, you know, Sif does have a long enough monologue that I do get a lot of tries here, and we have mostly seen all the attacks, the normal attacks. Not the phase 2 attacks, not the super attacks. Hey, 1 is not too bad. It's, well, don't say that. Yeah, it's pretty close, but I'm doing okay. Didn't mean to put that there. This is once again not an attack that I really want to see for... Oh, yeah, it does get so much wider as I'm doing that. Hey. Good old attack 6, I hate it. Okay, I was getting a bit too greedy there. I'm a bit too... I still hate this attack. The hitboxes are so hard to predict on it. Like, conceivably, it should be a simple attack to dodge, but it is just not, is the thing. Yelg. I just said Yelg. Yes. Well, that's because that was a lot closer than I thought it was going to be. All right. Okay. Does take a little bit before she actually does activate the hand attack there. Oh, no. It was. I thought it was the one next to me that... never mind. Whatever. And here we go. All right. This isn't like the Mon attack, right? Number 3. Okay. I hate it, but... Oh, we got the Stardust attack. Not really a problem. This one is fairly easy to dodge unless you have a very, very tiny platform. Which does happen, as you've seen. Careful. Watch out for the 4-way. Oh, ew. Watch out for the four-way thing. Hit her. Hit her. Right. It should be easy. It should be easy, right? Well, okay, that was just bad play. A wistful feeling. Come on. Actually dodged around that one, despite the fact that I really thought I put myself in an unwinnable position. There we go. Just gotta wait those ones out long enough, right? The swords. It's like, don't want to act too fast, otherwise you die. Okay, I think that if I... Because that'll... Then there, yeah. That one is one that thankfully stayed around the edges of the screen pretty well, as I saw. Oh? Oh, no, it's this one. Well, which unfortunately, kind of small enough area meant that I didn't really know how to react to it too well. I thought I was very close to getting into phase 2, but no such luck. And then right there, just nothing. Oh, this might be a problem. No, it won't be a problem. It's going to be very close, but it won't be a problem. Yeah, just look for the really fast-moving projectiles on this one. And as long as the clumps... and as long as you don't run right into it. Was it love? I just had love. Was that the difference? I don't know. It's like Ace is a... Isn't it funny how I have ended up fighting at this point in time pretty much every one of the Void Lords, and yet Ace, the first one that we were introduced to, is the one that remains super dead. There we go. Good. Uh-huh. Yeah. A bit close, but still done okay. Yeah, the really frustrating part about this fight wouldn't even be, like, actually, you know, getting to the end of it or whatever. It would be really learning the Phase 2 stuff after I have... Like, I got the Phase 1 stuff down, but then it's like I would need to learn all the Phase 2 stuff as well. And it's just, I don't... Oh, that's too much. I've already done so much in this game. Is that... That's the only... Not actually properly beating this boss is the one thing that I ask that you don't force me to do. Okay, Stardust attack. Oh, well. Thought that might have worked anyway. Zero attack is not too bad. Yeah, that's this one. And the add attack. Which, funny enough, does not spawn ads. You see, ads is MMO terminology for additional enemies. Which is a common thing that bosses will do, and even regular enemies, to, of course, provide difficulty. Given that a group fighting a single enemy is usually able to keep its attention on a single character very easily. Whereas multiple characters, I didn't even see what it was. Oh. And I didn't even pay attention to... Oh, we actually got the refresher, right? That's good. That's phase 2. I like seeing a phase 2, you know. We at least get to see one more attack from Sif before I die immediately. And there it is. It's a hard... Like, look, I would be able to get it if I got some more practice in, but, you know... How do you get practice? Nah, it's just... How are you going to get practice in against this boss? Against the phase 2 part of the boss. Phase 1, I got mostly down. Unless I walk into the projectiles, but, you know. It's weird because, of course, I'm still on the turn-based grid, whereas Sif does not need to be like that, and that's why the hitboxes are so small on everything. Because it needs to account for that sort of deal. Your evening stars light. I think that might actually be the last little bit. So, if that is indeed the last little bit here, the last piece of dialogue, then we can go and wrap up the fight here, I think. So, what is... So you might be asking then, what is the actual solution to the Sif fight? Or what is probably the intended solution, given that it's like, you can beat this boss, like I said. Well, you might remember that when looking at... Oh my god. When looking at Sif's mimic and everything, that she has a very specific look to her, which I mean could just be her like adolescent form, as it is in of course the case of like Lillie, for example. Yep. Okay. Yeah, it's like the adolescent form, or as it turns out, she really was just the tiny dude on the left the entire time, or on her right, on her left, my right. Which is something that was also shown even in the start of Lillie's campaign, where if you were looking when she first opened up the letter, in the bottom right corner of the room, the lamp disappears. And I don't know if that's because Sif was using that as a projection source or something, but it's like I suppose that is, or maybe that was just preventing her from like having that light on and showing that she was actually just the small little flying larval creature there the entire time. But that is the solution. Now you still get shot at, so you got to wait until that one starts using an attack. But that is how you do it if you don't want to just fight the boss proper. And it's so hard to fight the boss proper. What can I say? You saw it. I was on that fight for like a good half hour or something, it felt like. Mind the gap. Well, here's another call to go play the game yourself and try out that boss. It's a good boss. It's too much work for me right now. Hey, you might remember what Erasure looked like. Very similar sort of thing here. You got the 6-path circle in the middle. You got the 8. I can't remember what it's called around the outside. Also representing, of course, the Void Lords. Hey, it's Fuzzball. Hey, Fuzzball. What are you doing all the way down here? Yep. Makes sense. Like I said, it's like Erasure's also an OS. Had a very similar sort of setup. Oh, sure. Yeah, we never actually found out who Fuzzball was. It's Lev. Of course it is. We'll have to translate that text as well. And in fact, right here, we finally get it. The title screen for Campaign 4, Void Stranger Lev. That's right. So if you're keeping track at home, it's Void Stranger Gray, Void Stranger Lilith, Void Stranger Sif, and now finally Void Stranger Lev. No, but we all saw this coming, given the end of Sif's campaign. You really just... I can't believe that the whole resurrection thing also works on the Void Lords when it comes to using the Locust titles. Hi. Oh no, Erasure died. Ah well. Hey, she didn't even die. She's an AI. She'll be fine. Oh, really? That's how that works? I mean, she is an AI, I suppose. I wonder what she was trying to say before then. Ah, no problem. Sorry I had to kill Sif and V. Oh. You really should have seen this coming, Mon. Like, really? You didn't see this coming? Didn't even get to say it. And Gray was ad the entire time. What a twist! Nobody could have seen that coming. Unless you, I don't know, were paying attention to like how all the Void Lords were missing body parts, and we did hear at the end of Lillie's campaign that Gray was missing her womb. If you notice that, like, the statue at the very beginning of the game clearly had the pendant in the middle of her chest, and that's supposed to be representative of ad. If you remember that each one of the various brands that you could inscribe to play as other characters would show those characters in the background, but when you don't inscribe any brands, and that's Gray's campaign, of course, what it did was it showed a picture of ad. If you just watch the trailer for the game, for one thing, if you may have paid attention to the way that the Gray would occasionally refer to how she did not remember parts of her life in the date that she had with Dan, or when she was teaching Lillie how to dance. It's all over the place. Yeah, the pendant was right in the middle of that statue the entire time. And, well, I guess there you go. It was representative of, I guess, like the core sort of thing, along with all the other body parts that have been collected, as well as the sword. And the Void Rod. And that's why the Lev brand room was empty. That's normally where the staff would have been. Except, yeah. Memory states. Well, it's 5 different pieces of equipment / body parts. So yeah, that's also, hey, you remember how oh yeah, also, even more than that, there's also the ending of the game, the voided ending, where when you rest the tree, it says that your mind has been poisoned by the envious one, Lev, demon of envy, and also showed Ad's brand too. You know. How many more foreshadowing things can I name right now? Got level 4 access. So I guess those big glowy circle things, I always thought they were supposed to be memories, but I guess they're called memory states in particular. You can have multi-purpose stuff from being able to, you know, spy on Lillie and also Lillie to telling you riddles. Endless experiments, and that's what it is. It's like they were capturing them, I'm assuming, for Dees, but also to experiment on them. Similarly, I guess, we never actually find out what the exact crime that Aes did was, but I guess it was not wanting to murder people in the Void Dungeon. Feeling bad about killing all of these people. Ah, well, at least we saved Lillie. Thanks, Lev. Here we go, everybody! It's the stupid badass mech from Zero Ranger. Again! That's right! Also, the Lev really did a number on it. But you could still very clearly see, like, the Lotus crown there and everything. It always comes back to the Lotus Jewel, doesn't it? Dees. Devana Mindra Sakura. Boy, when I not having played Zero Ranger, this was inexplicable. But it's like, yep. Well, Erasure survived. So no surprise that we got Dees, who was just, I guess, floating around in space until people salvaged it, built a research facility around it, and then, you know, started studying it. Before the demons, not onion guys this time, but apparently the Void Lords, or at least one Void Lord, came back to, I guess, try and take it back. That would also explain a bit about why, say, Ad and what was so fiercely protective of Dees. Because if they're anything like the onion guys, then they are, you know, all about that Lotus Jewel. Always comes back to Lotus Jewel. So yeah, I hope that this, because this is just, like I said, first time I played this was inexplicable what was even happening here. Hopefully I'm at least kind of explaining what's going on this time. It's that stupid mech from Zero Ranger. It survived like Erasure did. And that's what Lev was trying to get control over the entire time. The Lotus Jewel is supposed to be one of the most powerful sources of power in the universe. No surprise that it was able to grant wishes and stuff like that. This is also an attack very similar to what you saw at the end when you're fighting the true final boss, which was this in Zero Ranger. Yeah, specifically that one in particular. That was, I think you might have even seen that in the summary that I did of Zero Ranger's plotline, where the mech was like shooting balls that looked exactly like that out of its hands. You're supposed to be erased from existence. What are you doing in Void Stranger? Also, this is so silly, isn't it? So, you remember how Erasure was saying before, and how I also kind of pointed out the similarities between Lillie and the original, well, I guess pilot. It was more like a jewel, but, you know, of the primeval mech, Despair. So is Lillie supposed to be a like a reincarnation of Despair? Is it just like a superficial sort of thing? Like, oh, hey, Dees is kind of stupid. And it just looks at Lillie and is like, well, Lillie looks superficially enough like Despair. I'll just listen to her. Or is it just that she's human, and being human are the only people who would be able to control Dees? I want to say that it's just a superficial thing. She just looks superficially enough like Despair that Dees is like, yeah, sure, I'll take it. Well, that's going to be a problem. Yes, and much like the end of Zero Ranger, we're going back in time to erase things from existence again. Nothing good. That is a good point. How is Lillie supposed to get out of here? Well, it's Lillie, look, it's very silly. It's maybe a bit too silly for this story, which otherwise was largely about as I said before, a story of the relationship between a parent and their child. Like, it's maybe a bit too silly. Nah, I'll be fine. How did you do it? It's also a very silly explanation. Again, if you haven't played Zero Ranger, all of this is just so totally inexplicable. I remember coming away from this and just being like, that ending was weird. Not to say that having played Zero Ranger, it's like, oh, well, now it all makes sense. It's still very weird in the context of the rest of the game. And the fact that this clearly is like a divergent path compared to Sif's ending, I don't know which one is supposed to be canonical. Obviously, Dees is like a blight on mankind and everything, and should probably be stopped, but like, it does sort of stop a lot of the other plots from happening if it happens like this. There's the despair MIDI flute. So you do get one little last bit to walk around here. And hey, this is the first time and only time that we're going to be playing as Lillie. There she is. Not that, you know, it's actually like a gameplay thing. I even have like free movement. Not much of anything to do around here. It's mostly just, hey, in case you don't want to take on the sequence right now, here's a break. And you might have been fighting Sif for a while, as you've seen. It is Lillie's theme. See, she's even got the MIDI flutes in it and everything. Yeah, there's the despair motif right there. Yep, this is the thing that's happening. So, if you didn't get enough Zero Ranger comparisons, check this out. Anyway, we are back 70,000 years ago when Gray, or Ad, first crashed into Earth. And back when everybody was finished, I guess. And now we got a shmup section. You get power-ups by, if you tap the button to be able to slash a sword, you can destroy projectiles that way, and also enemies. Although they don't drop stuff if you do it like that. Speaking of things that are completely inexplicable. Also, do you like the action-y version of the Void theme from the Void ending? Oh, come on. Well, thankfully, you can take a lot of hits, and each one of these orbs refreshes it, so it's really not too bad. Oh my god, yeah. This is a very... Look, Void Stranger Lev is a very weird ending. Which is why I'm sort of almost like, is this supposed to be, like, canonical? There's these. Like, it definitely seems like it. There's Lev throwing out all the octahedrons. It's good. Ah. Well, it is her thing, right? The octahedrons. Come on, get out of here. But yeah, it's like I was almost like, it's like, is this supposed to be like a canonical thing? It's so weird, but at the same time, leading to the destruction of Dees, it makes sense. That is sort of where we've been going as far as the entire game, and the plot has been so far. But it is still so utterly bizarre and impossible to understand if you have not played Zero Ranger. And even if you have, you might not recognize all of the sort of comparisons here either. No, come on now. What is silly. Just get the action version of the Void song. Because that's the only thing you can control. Grievance is mine. My sadness is mine. What a stupid context for this. Yeah, it's so weird. I kind of love how absolutely ridiculous this goes, but it doesn't quite fit in the rest of the game. But it also sort of does if you played Zero Ranger. But look at this. Look at this. You skip to like this part of the video, suddenly you'd just be like, what the hell is happening? And it's like, oh, no, this isn't just some weird side mode that they put in, you know, as a joke or something like that. This is the final sequence of the game. Can't slash through the black projectiles, only the white ones. Ah, come on. Whatever. Like I said, you get a ton of hits in this mode because it's a story thing. So so as you can see, like, look at the amount of power-ups here, and those would each give me an extra hit. All right, final boss time. Yeah. Like, just this game gets... I kind of love how absurd this game gets. It's just, like I said, thematically, it's weird. I just gotta make sure. Like I said, I can slash away. You also do destroy the projectiles if you get hit, but then I'm gonna drop my score multiplier, of course. Come on. Got it. I can also go and destroy the power-ups too to be able to get rid of all of the projectiles on screen, which is, well, if I don't want to use it for, you know, actual power-ups or score multipliers. Come on, this shouldn't really be a problem. Oh my god, it shouldn't be a problem, but this is really just embarrassing. Oh, this is honestly just shameful in how I'm doing this here. And then we got final one. There you go. Not quite over yet, because the Zero Ranger comparisons do not stop. We've got the final bit, which is very much like the final segment of the true final boss of that game as well. You get one shot. And it is a wait out sort of fight. Will I be able to do it? Occasionally do these little pulses, which will get rid of the white projectiles, but not the black projectiles. Keep that in mind. Okay. That's 7 done. Nice calm little theme here, too. Okay, that's 6 done. I go all the way to 0, of course. There's 1 for each of the Void Lords. Perfect. 5 done. I want to make sure that I'm kind of slowly going because the pulses that I get... do not actually... activate all the time. Okay, 4 done. Halfway done. Doing good. Doing good. Nice! I ran into a projectile. Okay, well, I'm going to have to come back and show what actually happens when you do that properly. Yeah, I did that correctly on my first try, but then I timed out the boss instead of doing the thing that you're supposed to. And 70,000 years ago, the comet Lilith was now destroyed. Naturally, this prevents Ad from ever touching down on Earth. Well, comet Lilith and Dees was destroyed. Although Dees technically should still be existent on Earth right now. So the Void Dungeon ended up never happening. But the Void Dungeon never happened. Which, I want to say, probably the best end for mankind. Worst end in some ways for... Like, what happens to Lillie? Not Princess Lillie, Lillie. At this point. But anyway, we get to see what happens to all the NPCs if they never got abducted by the Void Dungeon, which is fun. Well, as long as you talk to them during the run, which I did. Mm-hmm. So I hope I tried to make any sense at all out of that ending. It's pretty wild, isn't it? That was one of the major things that I wanted to do here. Try to really give some context, because that entire sequence is so absurd. Hey, it's the birds from Zero Ranger. That happens when the very first stage when you start up the game. Oh, and you might be asking, hey, what happens if you do this sort of thing as Lillie? Considering those are Lillie's NPCs. Well, don't worry. We'll be checking that out after this. It is slightly different. And Lillie just gets left on some beach 70,000 years in the past. Well, at least there wasn't an apocalypse this time, I think. There's a void dungeon. Goes into a tree, goes to Dees. And the funny thing is that can also just repeat, because there is time loop aspects going on. At least there's time loop aspects. Oh yes, and then we get Lillie's brand, which I will do after some more odds and ends here. Or not skipping. I forgot there was one extra little bit here. And the book that Gray was reading there in the Daikon script is named Sakura. Like Devana Minjasaka. I guess implying that the ancient language that Gray could read is the Daikon script from Zero Ranger. Again, just to cap it off with one more reference there. And that is the true ending of Void Stranger. I think. I'm actually not quite sure because, like I said, it diverges from the other existing plot lines in pretty significantly. But at the same time, that is the final ending, I suppose. At least until they added EX mode. There are still a number of other things to do, and I think that, well, after showing this is what happens when you restart the game again. Yes, it's Lillie after she got stranded on Earth 70,000 years ago. There are other endings to the game. Some of them are just kind of game overs, but I'm going to start showing those right now as soon as we... yeah, no other brands got unlocked here. But one of the interesting things is that after you get the burdens once, they do become unlockable on the screen, which does make going through this again a lot easier. Alternate Lillie dialogue. Hey, it's me. Yeah, Lillie is not Gray. Gray is Ad. Lillie's just kind of here. And of course, Sif already knows about Gray being Ad because she's been supporting her this entire time as the glasses guy. Why do you think they were always so conveniently in the bucket to let them out of the cell, selling them a house? All that sort of stuff. Besides, once you know that Gray is Ad, then the way that during the fight Sif is addressing Gray makes a lot more sense. Funny enough, this is actually the first time that I'm seeing this. I think it's clear that you really are supposed to be playing as Gray for this. But I do appreciate that they still made the route possible anyway. new title card, too. Okay, so yeah, as you can see, a little bit wider slashing, and also just a different shot type entirely, including homing shots, which I like more than playing as Gray, to be honest. Alright, but otherwise it's going to be mostly the same. Yeah, you can see that if you don't talk to the NPCs, which most of them are going to be from the Gray's campaign, they just appear as silhouettes. I guess it looks like Lillie does not get her own credits ending for her NPCs. I want to see what happened to Ninny. That's too bad. I do think that's supposed to be Gray and Lily's mother. Looks kind of like Tail. And then let's see if there's anything new when you start back up the game. But other than that, next thing I think is going to be what happens if you lose the shmup segment, which is, well, it's not really an ending, and it just gives you the ability to go back and do it easy mode. But I think that might be the one time that you... Nope, nothing new here. But I think that might be the one time that you actually hear, like, Aes. Alternate endings. First up, what happens if you just refuse the orange? Not nearly as nice. What made you feel that way is also the phrase used when you delete all of your progress in Zero Ranger. Scattered thoughts will soon join the others in this endless void carved by despair. Then the game closes, and when you open it back up, you always know you get an ending because the opening screen changes to something different. Is that a good ending? No, but it is an ending. And the opening screen this time is the pendant with the circuitry in the background that you see in the cutscene where the ad comes back. Of course, you would have absolutely no context for that if you're playing the game for the first time, so this is just strange, right? Alternate ending 2, dying a bunch of times in quick succession while in void mode. This might take a little bit, so just give me a second. Oh no, that was enough right there. Happened the first time that I went to void mode as well. Tap the interact button once. Egg. And then when opening up the game again. Yep. That's the Eggnd. This alternate ending is pretty weird. So once you know about UI manipulation, you can go down here and just remove the brain value. That sends you to brain null. And although it doesn't really look like much, normally what you do is you just restart the game from this point. There is actually something to do in this endless void carved by despair. And in fact, maybe a couple other things that I might be able to find as I'm wandering around here. There's something. If I was going to take a guess, I'd say that's probably one of the failed Void Lords. Can never actually get to it. Always runs away immediately, but still is interesting to see. That's a character that appears if you're just wandering around aimlessly. As you're wandering around in Brain Null, you might start to notice a mysterious howling. A howling that gradually becomes louder as you get closer to this. A giant carcass. Makes the same gonging sound as when you hit Ad's chest. You know what I mean? 6 times and then wait 6 seconds. So what is the giant carcass? If I was going to take a guess, I would say that that is the piece of the comet that came down that contained Ad. I guess it was some sort of creature that gave birth to Ad or something like that. The reason why it's found in Brain Null is because it's not part of the general simulation that Dees makes for the rest of the dungeon. And this dream is very interesting. So this is apparently a scene from 70,000 years ago, when the original, when the Dees research laboratory was still functional. We saw, of course, soldiers that looked like that in the ending. When you were flying back into the past, there was a very brief glimpse of characters with those sort of helmets on. Character also, of course, looks very familiar. Another character named Lillie. You remember how they said that Sif and none of the other Void Lords remember their name? Well, at least I think we now know one. Speaking of Sif, by the way. Technology you don't understand. Yeah, I'd say. Mm-hmm. Yes, it's no coincidence that we suddenly had the comet over the Earth as soon as they found Dees. Or, well, at least a short time afterwards. We're about to be attacked by a bunch of onions. And indeed, they were then attacked by a bunch of the Onion guys. That's right, the Onion guys are in the game. Not only are the Onion guys in the game, they apparently came with a comet. That's right. As it turns out, all the Void Lords were in fact onions the entire time. They love that jewel. And they hate that we took it. Zero Ranger references never stop, do they? It all comes back to the onions. Oh, hey, look, it even has a unique skipping thing for that. Well, 70,000 years ago. That was when everybody was speaking Finnish, and of course... Oh, the game didn't even close this time. When everybody was speaking Finnish, and of course, the text boxes were different. There we go, Dr. Lillie, sitting at a computer. Sif has her own version of the brain null carcass ending. If I look around here briefly, should be able to find a shadow that I can follow, which makes this an awful lot easier. But this is also a very convenient way to end Sif's campaign, because it does count as an ending if you don't want to go through the entire Mon thing. Howling getting a lot louder already. And I think that might be a shadow of Ad? Or maybe that just is Sif herself. You know, it might just be. Well, continuing down here, I find the carcass once again. Still described as the same. Dull howl escapes from its decaying cracks. You can also see that around the carcass, there are a bunch of these tentacles, or hair, or something. Also appears in the background of the Dees area as well. All right. Oh, those onion guys. They love that jewel. They love that jewel almost as much as they love destroying humanity. Yeah, it's onions. It's all onions. Then opening back up the game. Starting screen is... looks like the memory state for Sif. Saw that ad, for example, had the 0. If you're anything like me, one of the first things you probably tried after finding out about UI manipulation was seeing if there was anything past Brain 255. And there is! I guess Dees has some sort of exception handling for invalid brain numbers. Well, ones that aren't brain null, as it seems. In fact, this is sort of like the opposite of brain null. Well, nope, I was searching for this specifically. This place also looks a lot like that one cutscene with Dr. Lillie from the corpse ending. And if I was going to take any guess, I would say that it is probably supposed to be a remnant of the original research facility. But anyway, this is an entire set of levels. Randomized each time you go in here, have its own unique mechanics, like the disappearing eggs from Mon's place. And, you know, the very Bastion-style way that the floor is built as you continue going through it. Making it sort of difficult to see the entire area, but also, you know, it does give it its own style just by itself. Yes, and if at any point in time you die from running into an enemy, or if you fall or anything like that, then the game closes and you start back on the last brain that you entered this place from. That would be brain 200 for me. Gotta do it all over again. One shot. Do not miss your chance to blow and all that. That's what they say. All right, and I'm going to try and do this without burdens because, well, this is another one of those things that you can do without burdens, or you should be able to access without them. And what can I say? I also just like Sokoban puzzles. This is known. I will take any opportunity to do Sokoban puzzles that I can. There we go. This is the one, that's the one puzzle that I just didn't really know a good solution for, so everything else should be fine. And like, this might seem a little tricky, but as long as I have a 1x3 that gets close enough to the staircase, I'm totally fine. You know, and I said just like, this is probably like the remnants of the research facility. That's actually something I should say. It's like, it might sound like I have some sort of authority when it comes to the story of this game. I absolutely do not. I am just... You know, for example, one of the things that we've seen so far is that if you die during the shmup part, it does seem to imply that that you falling back to Earth was Ad's first arrival to the planet, and that she only exists through one of those time paradox type of things, where she always existed. But that's sort of a cheap answer to stuff. It's like, oh yeah, what's the deal with Ad? Well, she's always existed due to time paradox, which is why I'm instead looking at it as though she is indeed from the comet Lilith and crashed to Earth and everything. Other stuff like that is that if you're looking at the lore, there is nothing that says that the Onion guys actually came from Lilith. In fact, I had explained to me that that was just a coincidence that they showed up at the same time as the comet. But that is a real big coincidence, which is why the way I'm looking at it is that Onion guys also came from the comet. And it's a black comet. The Onion guys are associated with Black Onion. Is that a real tenuous type of comparison? Absolutely. But I don't know. It's good enough for me, because otherwise the story is that there just happened to be this Christian demon comet that happened at the same time that the denizens of the Naraka guys from the Sixth Path happened to be invading, which just seems silly. Also, we saw stuff like Sif, her ending was specifically guided to the corpse to hear about, like, hey, did the man use ya? Destroy them. They took the jewel. Whereas when you're playing as a human character, it's like, well, instead you get to see from the perspective of humans, right? These are all, like I said, very, very tenuous connections. Where am I going here? I think I actually do need to push you even one more. Yeah. These bastion blocks do make it quite difficult to see. Oh, by the way, did I... are we about to hit the other gimmick of this area? I think we're getting close. Well, not yet, at least. There is also, speaking of lore that I really just do not understand, we're about to, at the end of this area is one thing that I don't have a very good explanation for. Let's see if I can come up with something as I'm going through here, right? Bastion blocks, thank you. That's the solution. Just follow the path until you can get there, right? Okay, yeah, and this is... Look for the eggs. The eggs tend to be the ones that will, if nothing else, give you some sort of indication of where you want to go in the level to get out of here. Nah, not that. Trying not to do this with the burdens, of course. Yeah, that'll be enough. And sure. As you get farther in here, there is something that happens, although I'm kind of hoping that I won't have to see it immediately. We'll save that for like a return trip here or something. That should work. Just a 1x3 is all I need. Okay. Okay, yeah, and this is... Well, let's just get this pushed from over here, right? No, I probably don't want to destroy the path here because I can't really see it, and I might just end up pushing Egg into pit, which would be bad. All right. Oh, boy. Okay, well, when you see the little particles in the background disappear, take a look down the left side of the screen. Yeah, that's another big gimmick here. You got a time limit. And, well, if that time limit gets less and less for each level as you clear one, and then, well, yeah, if you touch that, that counts as dying. And will boot me back to floor 200. Let's try to avoid having that happen. Although it's going to be showing up real quick again. All right, yeah, the disappearing eggs. Those just used for one tiny thing with Mon, and now suddenly get... I just love that this is entirely optional. This does not make any difference to the story at all. You can play through the entirety of Void Stranger without ever doing anything related to this. But it's like still, it has its own mechanics and everything like that associated with it, and I just love that. What can I say? All right. And that's all I need. Just something that goes by the stairs, right? Oh. All I want to do is I just want to make sure that I have a path to push that down, right? And also, I need to hurry up. Yep, as you can see, already coming. Okay, this one, I already start out in a position where I can just get right to the exit, so let's go. Yes, even at this point in the game, we're still getting new gameplay sections. Hey, and I was able to beat it first try. So, what is this? Well, let's go up to it. No response if you try examining it, but if you try pushing it, starts to throw some memory states out of the top of the head. Also, it makes the gonging sound, so, you know. Okay, this wasn't working immediately, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this, I think, is... this is a character, but I don't... It doesn't have a name or anything like that. It is the spirit of the lonely eggs. Sort of the spirit of the dungeon in its entirety. Because I got that phrase, don't ask how I know. And the warning that they gave me was that egg at the very beginning that said that what you're looking for cannot be found here. So, if I was going to take any guess as to who exactly this is, you remember in the ending where you refuse the fruit, where Lev says, soon your scattered thoughts will join the others in this endless dungeon, blah, blah, blah. I think it's just supposed to be an amalgamation of all of the people that died here. Or became eggs, or whatever. And it's just sort of hanging out in this area, which is sort of outside of the void, but also not really. Why does it look like this? I don't know. But it does have the memory states coming out of its head and everything, so... It is sort of... I guess I'd also call it something of a guiding character, not just because of the eggs, but because I think this is also the character that talks to you in the void ending for Gray, the one who says, like, the envious one has poisoned your devotion and everything like that. That could also be Ad, originally. But given that this character is sort of the guide to the dungeon, maybe? This is the best guess I got. As far as I know, I don't think anybody really has like a concrete explanation as to who or what this person is. Mm-hmm. Will you accept? Yeah, this is also how you erase your save file. If you want to go and get all the memory crystals again or whatever, and don't want to just go delete the turn off cloud save on Steam and then go and delete the folder. But no, I do have footage though of doing that, which I'll show right now. Sure, why not? Aside from that, this is the only thing to do in here, so there you go. A very weird sequence, and like I said, I don't really have a concrete explanation for it. Like the scattered thoughts coming together. That's as plausible as you're going to get from me. So something you might be thinking is, hey, why don't I just pause the game when we got the Eldritch Tentacle Beast on screen to give myself more time to think? No. And how bothersome. Yeah, it's Gore's body. You might have noticed that there are only the strange eyes in the inverted void there, also associated with Gore. That's her iconic phrase. Well, and we did get told in the Dees realm that her body, well, that she was thrown to the void or thrown to nothingness, which, well, there it is. Oh boy, it's time for secret fruits. That's right, this game's got secret fruits. What do? They're secret, and you find them. What's the lore implications of secret fruits? There aren't any. It's like, look, you don't ask why Pac-Man gets like a giant pretzel or something in the middle of the screen occasionally. It's just, just there. Also, yeah, they're not actually all fruits. That one was pretty clearly like a radish. But, it's like, I'm going to call them secret fruits because secret food items isn't as interesting. Yep, that is one conspicuous pane of glass over there. And as you might guess, secret bananas. Yeah, that bee statue. Oh, you know it. You know that it's going to be a star fruit? Star anise? I'm not quite sure, but I got it. Now that I'm thinking about it, I think that last one was supposed to be a 5-petal lily. Yeah, I got an onion, of course. What else would it be, right? Actually, I was thinking about it a little bit more since I got the last one. We got onion, we got what is probably actually a vanilla flower for white vanilla in Zero Ranger, because right here, we got a secret orange. I think these are all supposed to be representative of the 6 paths in Zero that also appeared in Zero Ranger. So, which one is like animals, hungry ghosts, and I guess Ashura? I don't know, but that seems to be what we're going for here. Down in the Dees area, we find the final fruit underneath this shining statue, which I guess is an avocado, probably a lime. If my idea is correct, that it's supposed to be representative of one of the other of the 6 paths, because that one would be the hungry ghosts, which would be opposite of orange's humanity. So that would be green lime. We got white vanilla as the Deva, black onion as Naraka, yellow banana as Ashura, and probably if we're going complementary colors, purple daikon as animals. And you might ask, what are you even basing this on? Absolutely nothing. I'm just making up stuff as I'm going here. I don't know. They said at the start of this that I might just discover some lore as I'm going through this one more time. Although this is pretty tenuous at best. Inscribing the brand that you get in the end of the game, which is the logo for the developer. In fact, the inscription even says a system erasure game. That's what it translates to. You're able to start up the final, for real final ending. By the way, the system erasure logo, also Despair's logo back in Zero Ranger, just for one more comparison between the two. Hey. I have an idea of what's up. Mostly, it's just mostly about, it's all onions. I cannot imagine you possibly inscribing this brand without knowing about it. I guess it's not completely impossible, but it would be very unlikely. Oh yes, and as always, with every NPC. Okay, well anyway, let's fall into the big glowing pit. Of course. That is interesting. Also, I think that was great in the background there before she went on the date. Although that could have also been the ending for the Void Stranger Lev Lillie version, because that definitely seemed to be taking place around that time. Okay, yeah, I forgot that they don't actually... does not have secondary dialogue. A lot of characters in the background that remind me of the monk from Zero Ranger. Wonder if they were planning to have a bit more of a comparison there. Obviously never really came about. Also, a lot of drawings of Ace. The monk in Zero Ranger said that they came from a far-off future where the events of the game were more or less happening again, which does not play into this story at all. Maybe a different game. Look at these enemies here. Yeah, I have noticed. Absolutely. Shade is Ad. The leech is Aes. Smile is B. What was the next one? Oh yeah, the maggots are Mon. The beaver is Tan. I is Gore. Octahedron is Lev, obviously. I mean, it's a bunch of octahedrons in her various endings. And then the Mimic is Sif's. Like, what is that one on the bottom there? So it seems like the way that this guy works is that it goes around in a circle. Sort of a more advanced version of like the sort of up and down, vertical, horizontal movement that you get out of the leeches and the leeches and the maggots. Can I? Oh, and then it reverses direction, sort of. Scorpion, I think, would have fit in. Not whatever that bottom guy is supposed to be. Mm-hmm. You know, I had my suspicions, but having it confirmed in this ending, compiling all the lore and everything together in this game, all the little story bits and whatnot, and especially having this told to us right here, it does seem pretty clear that this game was sort of made up as it goes along. I had a lot of fun compiling that all together, but I can see a lot of people being very frustrated with Void Stranger Lev in particular, because there's a very specific type of story that was being told prior to that, and Lev is very different. The fact that Lev was also clearly developed before Void Stranger Lev was developed before Lilith and Sif, that's why you get that weird sort of branching of the two stories. Because they didn't even... There's also just a bunch of different things in the game. For example, Aes Aeus is the first Void Lord that we were introduced to. That we got a pretty big explanation of what their whole deal is. We even saw in the background here that they had a lot more background elements and everything planned for them. And yet, they were the only Void Lord that was for real dead. Like, super dead. There's also just many other things like that. Gray being a semi-silent protagonist at first, despite the fact that she has a portrait and everything in the cutscenes, and then at the end she's suddenly not a semi-silent protagonist anymore. The way B never appears in Gray's campaign, probably because they didn't have her design sort of solidified just yet. Just so many different things like that. The way that the dreams seemingly work differently from Gray's campaign to Lillie's. And just there's just a bunch of stuff like that makes it pretty clear that there was not a clear idea for what the story was as they were going through it. Which, I mean, I had fun with it, but it is sort of weird in that way, right? Also, that is the last memory crystal, by the way. What does it unlock, you may be asking? All the way over here, 128 of 128. You got 55 to unlock this. Yep. Well, we already kind of knew this from the Lillie ending, but now we can see it very conclusively. From left to right, you got Dr. Lillie there with the 5-petal lily on her dress. That's supposed to be Gore, I suppose. That's Mon, B, Ad, Aeus, who of course never appeared in the game, Tan, and then Sif there. Now you might ask, why did Ad create all of the Void Lords in the image of the researchers working at the Dees facility? I don't know. Maybe they were just basing it off of the various memory states that were already in Dees. Maybe Dees, knowing who these people were trying to influence them in some way. Could even be that Ad was the first one created from the corpse as we've seen. And they were based off of the lead researcher here. And for whatever reason, they just continued on when they were creating more characters. It's interesting. But anyway, yeah, falling into the eclipse there. It's not the end, by the way. But it is still not over. Well, I mean, it's pretty much over. But this is not entirely clear the first time that you're going through the developer room like that. Now, to get the proper ending, gotta go back and pick up the Void Rod again. See, and that's why you got to get the fruits of the 6 paths, so that it appears there. Like, what would I do if I didn't have all 6 of them? Get System Endless, which is also the song that plays in Zero Ranger after you finish the game. But more importantly... Hey, that's right. And yes, there is more to do with that. In the last part of the developer ending, there is one more secret I can find in this room. Yeah, that's right. It's another one of those puzzle things from the end of Lillie's campaign. And this is also, as I'm starting to solve this, a good time to mention that... Okay, it's not really a good time for it, but I haven't mentioned this at any other point in the video, so why not here? There is a morality system in Void Stranger. Yeah, performing good actions will net you something called justice, whereas performing evil actions will, well, get you negative justice. And you can go positive or negative with that. The major way that I'm going to be doing it is either by feeding the hungry guy a bunch of locust idols, which gets you 4 justice every time you do that, or by pushing around NPCs, which gets you -4 justice. And that is going to be important for a few things that are coming up here after I figure out this puzzle, because, oh, you're not going to watch me do this entire thing. This is going to take forever. And there we go. Doesn't do anything, except it might give me a little bit of justice, because solving puzzles like this in Lillie's ending does do that. So hey, I was able to tie that into the whole morality system anyway. We've reached the part of the video where I'm going to start doing a bunch of random assorted secrets that don't really fit anywhere else. First one. So, you know the council that judges you at the end of each one of your runs? Well, they are also, in fact, a court that will judge you for crimes. Crimes usually being something along the lines of cheating. So, for example, if I exit the game as soon as I pick up the locust idol, so that I can get an infinite amount of locust idols, because it registers me as getting that, but it also does not register it as being taken just yet. Here we go. Wow. I started up an entirely new save file because I think that by using the one that was so far along that it was just not causing the court scene to happen. Hey, not the Void Judge, the Zero Judge, because as we know, Erasure is from Zero Ranger. Wait, but then that means... Oh, come on, why does it have to be B on defense? Argument's just going to be... Well, I would have done it too. Yeah, sure did. It says Sif, who we saw in her campaign. She's like, these things taste like sawdust. Why am I even collecting them? I can't believe there's actually lore about that in this scene of all things. as as we know that she is not only she does eat a lot of people too, from both the Sif ending and the way that she tried to eat Lillie. Yeah, I'm super guilty. What can I say? Oh no, we're about to meet several more times. Don't worry about that. Next one is for restarting while dying, to make sure that I don't actually lose any of my locus titles while I'm doing this. Another one that I created a new save file for, because maybe it's just that once you get far enough in the game, the void court stops happening. Well, I know one thing that will definitely do it, if nothing else. Let's start out seeing what's up with this. I didn't realize that there was actual lore things that you could get out of these stupid scenes. Purposely putting in exploits in the game just so you can have this. Alright, I'm back. Zero Justice is a terrible name for a court, by the way. So they don't even know about the whole closing the game thing? Oh, absolutely. You would think so, but the animation is lengthy enough that being able to close the game is not that hard. Yeah, about that. It could have been, but you do have to do it like 3 or 4 times. Now, I am absolutely super guilty, but let's get the dialogue for doing not guilty. I guess it seems like when you hit a point in the game that he just does not activate the court scenes anymore. Well, anyway, and what I'm going to do now is go into the Void Stranger folder, go into save.vs, which you can just open up in Notepad, by the way, and change the room number. It's a value literally called the room, which, you know, THEROOM, which I think should activate this pretty quick. Maybe I need to close the game first. Yep, when I was trying it with the other save file, it just did not work at all. I think it was probably because it was pulling it from the backup or something, but here we are. Save editing. Not to say that you can't just copy out your entire folder and then just paste that back in if you want to, I don't know, like practice puzzles because you're doing some sort of gigantic video showcasing everything on the game. I don't know, something like that, for example. Yeah, and it doesn't work as well as you might think. But I also call it brains right here, too. Are they? Are they really? Because, you know. Still do have the UI manipulation, of course. Yeah, tell that to Mon. But then again, I don't think Mon cares anyway. It just keeps going. I am absolutely guilty on this one. Gonna be meeting again in about 5 seconds. Wow, they really just sent me right back. Hey, you know, I guess that's an easy way to go and get this memory crystal if you don't know about the UI manipulation. Of course, this is like way more ridiculous than the UI manipulation, so what are you even gonna say? This one is just resetting puzzles too many times. And this is the one that I got in the series. What, like episode 3 or something, I think? Because I was trying to, well, I'll be honest, I was trying to save Scum specifically so I could feed Locust the hungry guy with the hope that that something was going to happen. Hey, I'm back. I had already done all the puzzles at that point. It's because I forgot the solution once. I wanted to make sure that I didn't lose any more Locust idols, right? At least they didn't give up. It's true, and you can restart the game as many times as you want. It's really how eating the orange and everything works too, if you think about it. Oh, but I didn't get taken to court for that. Not guilty. I said guilty the first time, but... You know, obviously, anything you say after, anything that gets said after the verdict there is pretty much all the same dialogue. Got this singular block way out here over on 117. And that's because... Yeah, but I think even... I thought there was a pause screen thing for... finding the secret succubus, who healed me up to 23 HP. That, I think, is just a reference to the sort of shmup secrets that they also had in Zero Ranger, where there was, at one point in time, could shoot a box with a heart on it and get a giant bunny girl that did a similar sort of thing. And that is actually, like, even in universe, a giant bunny girl. It appears in one of the extra drawings that you buy by completing challenges. She is shown as being 10 meters tall. Continuing the random assortment of secrets, here's what happens if you try to inscribe brands on the Your Brand screen. One of the few times you get a message from Aes. Which you can tell because it was the same one as when I turned on easy mode for the... Well, similar to the one where I turned on easy mode for the shmup section. Nothing else, just how bothersome. And of course, Dees I did all the way at the very beginning. Nothing specific for that one. And I also found out that if you just put a single one, single pixel. And I think that is everything. Can't believe Lillie eats this in the same way as Gray. And of course, can't say oranges because that's color. Back at 254 with Lillie, and if you don't rest at the tree and instead continue on, then you get this area. 255 is impossible, because even starting here... Yeah. And there is no possible way that I could get the Mimic to line up with the button and everything like that. So there is no way that you can solve this. So the only thing to do is to exit the game. Slightly different dialogue, too, if you go down the staircase instead of solving the puzzles. Apparently B getting angry is based on a timer rather than an amount of text boxes, so I'm going to skip through this and see what it actually says. Okay, well, there you go. I know I said that last ending changed because it was a thing based on if you go in the staircase or sleep at the tree, but apparently it was actually time-based, and there are a couple cutscenes like that, including this one. So I'm just going to rush through the text to see what other new stuff shows up. Here's a weird one. What happens when you inscribe your own brand into a room? Of which, for this run, I've chosen a very simple brand, just square in the middle with 2 on the outside, which will perfectly work in here. I could have probably just made it the exact same as Ad's brand, but then change it up slightly. I didn't. That always brings you to this room. Circuitry in the background. You're not able to interact with the blocks at all and force back to the start to leave. If you examine it, it gives you random lines from when you examine eggs with void memory. However, if I were to turn off void memory, and then if you play as Lillie, it says you shouldn't be here, and then Ad has her own, and then Sif has her own dialogue. Now, your own brand should be Gray's brand, which is the same as Ad's. So this is, if I was going to take any guess from the fact that it looks like a womb and everything, probably supposed to be the place where the Void Lords were created. Lev was saying that they were always doing endless experiments with humans, and it seems like this is the place where they did that. Perhaps like using the eggs or something to try and create Void Lords. It's strange, but it is definitely very lore important. It's just hard to say exactly how. Then if you hit this a bunch of times, I think it's at 20 or so. The silhouette of Ad on that crash screen. Additionally, that also does, for some reason, randomly gives you plus or minus, what is it, about like 256. Okay, yeah, 256 justice. If you go into the your own brand room as Sif and then turn off void memory, because otherwise you just keep hearing the egg commentary. That's something a little bit different to say. Here we got a friendly guy just kind of hanging out. So, what's going on? Sort of? This is a failed Void Lord. Remember that fun value that I was talking about earlier? Well, when it goes into the negatives values, these guys start showing up. This one is a trilobite, I guess, and thanks to data mining, yeah, there was no way I was going to be able to find this on my own. I am just referring to a lore document that I'll probably have a link to in the description for this video as well. This appears at -17 to -71 justice. Gives you a little bit of lore about the creation of the Void Lords and the fact that there were a lot more than just 7 created. For doing this, the way that I am farming justice or negative justice is by either pushing around the hungry guy on brain 70 or giving them locust idols, of which gives you -4 and 4 respectively. I'm not going to say it's like easy to try and get these characters to show up, and if you die, they just, as soon as you talk to them, they leave. But it is possible to get more than one in a run if you are very carefully managing your justice. If you don't have void memory, I think you need void memory, you get this instead. The second failed Void Lord, which I think is supposed to be a Buzz Blob, which is an old Zelda enemy, was in both Link to the Past, but more importantly, Link's Awakening, which of course, Game Boy references. These are not the only... these Void Lords that I'm going to be talking to that require the Justice. Justice to be at a specific level. Aren't the only ones that you see in the game. There was that one worm thing saying the opening line to the Divine Comedy back in Lillie's campaign. That one has no justice requirement. It just always appears. There's also the silverfish in the Null Brain area. Ah yes, Void Lord Fish. So are you telling me we could have gotten Void Lord Fish rather than B? Oh, really missed out. On Brain 95, we get the failed Void Lord Tadpole, I think? This one appears at -137 to -171 justice. We'll never find out exactly what that method is. On 113, we get... I'm not even quite sure what this is supposed to be, but it appears at -161 to -199, which I'm surprised that I have at this point. I was still doing secret searching, so... What's going on? I already have the sword. Well, anyway. On 154, we have a failed Void Lord Jellyfish? Might be a Metroid. Return of Samus was on the Game Boy. Appears at -193 to -239 justice. Talking about gore. What does forbidden mean? Ah, poor Gore. Down on 170, we got a failed Void Lord Moomin? Maybe? Maybe a little bit? Sorta? Anyway, this one appears at -225 to -271. And actually just appeared after the jellyfish, so I have a pretty good idea of exactly how much justice I have. Interesting. Anyway, first I need to actually get to it, though. Something like that. As long as... Yeah, if you want to just get right up to me, that works. Hey. Can't believe we're getting a canon explanation for why everybody has horns. And, Sif, I guess, has an extra pair of horns. On 222, we got the final failed Void Lord, which is... I'm not actually sure. It's like something out of Hollow Knight. Well, yeah, this is even the same run that I was doing before, courtesy of pushing Ninny around. I still completed her quest line and everything. She'd probably understand if I explained it to her. An artificial Manusia. You might have noticed that Sif was not actually missing any body parts. Like the other like the other Void Lords, because I guess she was supposed to be a perfect recreation of a human? And there you are. The positive justice counterpart to the failed Void Lords are these memory states. I saw one the first time that I was going through here as gray because the requirement for it is very low. Taking a look at it right now, it's apparently 0 to 179 justice, of which I think just talking to the nun, getting through her entire conversation, gave me 8 or something. See, I told you it was going to be very complex to describe at that time, but now we have a lot more context for this. The two figures seem to be researchers from the facility. We saw Lillie in the carcass ending wearing a lab coat, telling each other riddles for some reason. Second of the memory states is down on brain 77, and it's in a position that's kind of hard to get to if you don't have wings. Well, certainly hard to get back from. I think they are supposed to be the same characters each time. And there it goes. Strangely enough, I cannot get the third memory to appear. Should be right on this floor, and I think directly above me, but it's just not there. I even started up a new fresh save file, which, by the way, you can inscribe brands even if you haven't seen them, which is why I got the wings right now. And then I made sure that I fed the hungry guy exactly enough locusts, all that sort of stuff. It's weird that it's not here. Well, anyway, if it was, it would say, some can't live without me. For others, I'm all there's left. And I don't know why I can't. I've tried this several times now. It just didn't work. It's hard to do on the other save file as well, because justice, I don't think I've ever mentioned this, is carried over between runs. And since it's an invisible stat, it's really hard to check. These are starting to get in some pretty difficult to reach places. I mean, this would force you just alone to have the wings at the very least. Look at that one so far up there. And funny enough, I could not get this one to appear without playing as Lillie. So I wonder if some of these require you to have beaten the game once or something. Well, let's see what it's got to say. The final memory state found on 245. And although, I'll be honest, there's not really a concrete answer, as far as I know, to what the riddle is supposed to be. Probably supposed to be 0. You know, big theme and everything in the game. We're talking about Zero Ranger or Add. That is the ultimate reward for getting just an absolutely huge amount of karma. What is it, 1,224 in total? More than double getting the final light orb. Get a little bit of dialogue right at the start of the shmup segment here. Which I need to come back here anyway, because I still gotta go do the proper ending sequence. Here is the alternate Lillie version of the maximum karma dialogue. Monologue, really. Will he do it this time? I will see. I did this on my first time easy enough. It's funny that I am struggling so much now. I have no idea what was different, really. I was just playing better, I guess. Well, the thing is, I didn't actually do it. I timed out the boss because I didn't realize that you're supposed to, of course, get to the heart eventually. Okay. Good. Well, good start, at least. Good start for now. This is kind of one of the points where it starts to become pretty rough, right? Okay, halfway done. Mm-hmm. You have a very small hitbox, right? Of course, everything starts moving around, too. Okay. Wow, that was extremely close. Okay, now I think this is it. All I need to do is just get to the heart. Excellent. Okay, that wasn't that bad. Oh, wow. Yeah, I've never seen this part before. Ugh. It's all like fleshy around here. Well, I suppose if it's supposed to be like the heart. Huh. Very simple looking staircase, too. Oh, okay. I'll say this, I did not honestly expect like a gameplay section after this. I thought it was just going to be a small scene. was a nice little ending, and you probably only saw a snippet of it because I was doing that for about 10 minutes. Does not stop until you actually stop it. Seems like the sequence is otherwise the same. But resting at the tree, I do believe something's going to be different. The Onion Gang, yeah? Okay, well, we knew Lillie was a gamer the entire time, right? And this is a remix of Sour Eater, which is the Onion Guy's theme from Zero Ranger as well. There's a timer in the upper right corner too, it seems. Oh, do I want to like... Oh, you get like a big hit if you... Yeah, you get like a big hit if you wait like a while. Well, you don't. Okay. It always comes back to the Onion Guys, doesn't it? You don't. Every time with the Onion Guys. You can really spam this, so I suppose that works for me. You don't. Also, the Onion Guy stealing jewels. Oh, really? I could have done that better. Because I was all over the place in terms of creating new save files and everything, the last ending that I'm getting in this save file is the voided ending. You can tell by the inverted tree and everything. And because of that, that's where I have this guy appear. So this is a character that only appears after you 100% the game. And as you can see, they have a single pixel of a brand on their face. This is specific to the save file they are using and changes up and only changes if you were to create an entirely new save file, which is why this is not something intended to be done by a single person. No. This is a community effort. And what you're supposed to do is find 16 other people, I suppose, that had different pixels and put that together into a brand to create the EX brand. And that is going to lead to the final and newest, as of about a month ago or so, campaign that has been added to the game. Now that you know how to find the EX brand, what is the EX brand? Well, it's just EX. You just pretty much make EX on this screen, and that's it. Still, though, given that it's not shown on the sides here as a special brand to inscribe, it is useful to still write it down unless you've been doing this 10 times in the past half hour because you wanted to practice some of the puzzles first. Okay, and then just want to create a brand here that is just easy to make. And also has 17 pixels. You can probably guess why. I'll leave you to it. That's what Lev says when you get the orange. After saying that you'd already seen them before. Hey, new type of statue. It's the jukebox. Push it to turn on some tunes. No other puzzle aspect aside from that. On E001. We do not have brains this time. We have E's. And as you can see, there's kind of nothing else I can do except for go into this very first hole. And here's where I am going to get, I guess, the sword, because that's very clearly the brand for the sword, the Void Blade, inscribed in there. All right. At least it starts out a fairly simple puzzle. Although, to be honest, I found the entirety of EX to be about as difficult as some of the really hard puzzles in hard mode. Hard, yes, but so is hard mode. What can I say? Okay, just need to make sure I line up everything correctly so that I can get these strange eyes after this. And that's a combination of moving around, but also using the Void Rod to spend exactly one turn there. This is probably the first puzzle that took me a while, because it is, as you can see, you can do this all systematically, because it's all the same thing. Also, there's just the most complex way to get you, to force you into having a shade, but then also get you out of that starting area imaginable. The Mon statues and the enemies and everything. All right. But the way that I figured how to do this is that by grabbing the button, you can throw it up here, and it needs to be above one of the other buttons because otherwise the maggot will run directly into the shade after you put down the square. And then the perfect way to get just enough turns to circle back around here is to go to the second button in the same row. Circle back around, grab that. Circle around here to that same button, go back, and then pretty much repeat until you get to the end. Yeah, this took a lot of experimentation because I really don't want to do math, but what are you going to do, right? And then circle around here until I can grab the button. Then I want to spend just enough turns by going up, circling around down, right here, and then it's still not going to line up perfectly. So what I'm looking for is, okay, you see how the maggot directly above me is just one square away, or, well, right next to the pit? That means that I should be able to circle up here without getting hit by it. Still not enough to line things up properly, though. So what I need to do is I need to go until I get that same situation happening again, right there. Circle. Still not enough to line up. Close, but not perfect enough. And you can see, now I got another perfect circle opportunity, though going clockwise this time. And bam, there you go. No, I did not figure that out on my first try or anything. That was a lot of experimentation to understand exactly how it worked. Although the fact that it is just the same thing done over and over, it does mean that you can at least do a lot of stuff systematically. Okay, first thing I want to do, block line of sight. Second thing that I want to do is get the beaver up here to start charging. But I want to make sure the beaver does not run into the zappy square. No. What I want is I want the beaver to be on the glass square when I push a statue up into it. So the glass square won't break, and then I can push it into the eye. So, oh, also, since this is a good opportunity, now that we got the jukebox back, you can push it for some other tunes, too, if you don't really like the EX, the lo-fi beats to Sokoban, too. Goes through the standard dungeon stuff. There's the AS theme, D theme, Mon, so on and so forth. I guess that previous one was Lev. Here's Sif. Here we get the gray version of the alphabet area, the fake ninth circle. I don't know what you call it. There you get Gray's theme. Dramatic Gray's theme from the cutscenes. Get the Kingdom Hearts theme from when Lillie is doing Alphabet Extreme. Here we get Ninny's theme. Here we get a song from Zero Ranger. This is Sky Blue Days. Except here I think it's called Sky Gray Days because it is a different version of the theme, although the song is mostly the same. And then back to EX, which I like EX, so I'm going to keep it like that. Okay, push this in here. That creates line of sight and gives me just enough time to do that. Doesn't break the glass, and I can do that to finish this up. Took a really fun detour there, eh? Okay, here we go. Grab you out of there because I'm going to want to use that. Surrounded on 3 sides there. That is a good place to be dumping mimics, for the most part, when I want to prevent them from going anywhere. And then thankfully also grabbing this gives me 3 tiles to be able to mess around with, so I can do stuff like this. The Aes statue is just going to go right over there. And since that's nice and symmetrical, I also get the ability to push that up. Although, reset the mimic there, of course. And just push, push, push. And there's a few different ways that you can end up getting the 3rd one in there if you want to. My favorite way to do it, on the other hand, is to not even bother with the 3rd statue. Because the mimic, being perfectly aligned with me, I can just do this instead. Way easier. Oh, I'm sure a lot of the puzzles have their own solutions and everything, but these are the ones that I came up with. Okay. So there's this very specific, so to start out with this, and yes, this is another one of these puzzles, oh boy. There's a very specific motion that I want to make here. So doing that, it creates a sort of, I don't know, what you'd say, fish type of structure. You get like the 2x2 block with then the one on top and then one to the right. That's how I always know that I want to start this puzzle, because I don't know why. For whatever reason, this hole that I create there is just notable to me for some reason. I got no excuse. Well, anyway. The thing is, the strange smile on the very left there, the left bottom, the 2 on the bottom are obviously going to be the most difficult ones to get rid of. So the one on the left bottom, since I'm going to need to get over to that side to finish this puzzle in the first place, what I want to do is I want to do a big anti-clockwise circle around here, and this is just a good start for it. Let's get rid of 2 smiles, but then also, maybe more importantly, if I go up here, this will get rid of 1 more smile, and then as soon as I enter that X, the X value, 1 directly above me, that'll get rid of the other smile trivially. So from here, it's actually pretty simple, just kind of do the old walk in front of them because of the glass block. That gets rid of the other one. Now it's just an off by 1 problem, and I can just go over here and push against until I solve the puzzle. Easy. So if I go left, that will destroy the glass block down there. And I don't want to do that just yet. So what I want to do is immediately try and get a place to walk around here. Okay. And we'll also get rid of the zappy square because that's not going to do any favors. And the funny thing is that going right over here, it gives you the ability to push an egg directly onto one of the buttons, which is great. And then funny enough, right there. That's a very easy puzzle compared to a lot of the other ones in EX mode here. Okay, this one. This is a test of managing permanent blocks. Because I don't have wings or anything, so I need to be very careful with how I'm pushing around statues. And of course, with a gore statue, I only get 1 push. So let's start by grabbing this, because I'm just going to want to make sure that I group up all the permanent blocks that I can as they're here. And then to make sure that I hit all of the eyes, it's kind of hard to get the ones on the bottom, so I'm going to make a circle around here to start with. Slam this down there because, of course, By putting that there, that is a place where I can push a statue and not die. Also, conveniently enough, because I did that big circle, I can go down here, grab that. And that groups up all the blocks, which is good. That's what I want. Now all I need to do is just solve the, well, off by 2 problem right now to get back onto these blocks afterwards. And that's going to be as simple as doing that, making sure I circle around, get these to all be contiguous, slam that one down there, and bam, that's a puzzle. That one took a while, not gonna lie, because there's a lot of possibilities as to where you can go and ways you can approach that particular puzzle, but that's the best one that I found. Okay, dealing with 2 mimics. And as you can see, it's set up in a way where I have to be in one area that will instantly kill me if the 2 mimics die. But it will also instantly solve the puzzle. Okay, so that's a good start. Get them kind of aligned so that I can unalign them after pushing a few more of the statues. And also having them next to each other means that if I press right, the mimic on the right has to run into the other mimic, which means that they don't actually move any spaces. That's good. That's how I want them to be. Because that means that I can get around the single hole that they have there. Do that sort of thing, and see, that gives me the perfect sort of alignment to walk around that. And the perfect sort of alignment to get on the buttons. Because all I really need to do from here is push this till they line up perfectly. Now, here's where it starts to get real tricky. So, needless to say, you can't get away with not creating a shade. You got to create shades. So what you want to do is you want to be very conservative with the movements that you're going to make. Make sure that you are grabbing a bunch of blocks early and often, I suppose. And as much as I would like to start by going down, I need to create at least the start of a... I don't even know what you call it. Let's come up with another new name for structures here. A driveway. Sure. All right, so I grab that. This creates a minimal number of shades. It's not great, but you can't get away with not creating shades here. What can I say? However, to start with here, because I have so much room around here, I can actually just go down, grab this, and slam it right down, creating one more step. I only need 2 more steps then to get to that staircase. From here, it's pretty limited in what I can do. So I'm going to go back up here, grab this, I suppose. But at this point in time, I have created just few enough shades that I can circle back around and do that. So that gives me a little bit of space when I put down the 3rd block to go towards the staircase to, well, not die. Because, of course, you need to have circles, and even if that's just a 2x2 square, that's still considered enough of a circle. From here, grabbing blocks early and often, I want to make sure that I'm not really getting rid of too much that I'm going to be walking on. But that works out just well enough for me. And now all I really need to do is go around here. 1 more block. All I need is 1 singular extra block, and I already screwed it up. Ah, dang it. Okay. Same strategy as before. This is a really tough puzzle. And it is not the easiest thing to figure out, and I'm sure there's also a bunch of different solutions that you could possibly do for it. This is the one that I figured that works for me. Okay, grab you. Let's make sure that I am really making sure that I have plenty of space here. That was the thing that I did wrong last time, because I want to grab this block. I didn't keep this block open for me, and that was my mistake on that. So from here, I can go throw this down, grab 1 more block, and this is going to be a careful amount of threading that I need to do, but I only need to slam 1 more block down to solve the puzzle. There you go. Remember, remember that the octahedrons follow you, which makes that nice and easy. Second thing then, slam that down there. This is a nice reprieve given the last puzzle that I had to do. As long as you know how to manipulate octahedrons, it's pretty simple. There you go. I think I even got that one on my first try or so. Hey, okay, you know, first time that we can actually talk to a mimic. And, yeah. Well, there you go. Okay, number one thing I want to do, get rid of the temporary block, because the temporary block is going to be the only place that I can put down blocks, and I need to be able to put down blocks. This is also, funny enough, perfectly aligned to get me still symmetrically aligned with the Mimic right now. Now, what I would like to do is, actually, I want to have the Mimic go down. So from here, push that one up, push down, and there you go. Now the Mimic's on the bottom row, I'm on the top row. That's exactly what I want. Mimic is also not at all going to be accidentally walking into the edges, because that would because I would be walking into the edges. So first thing I want to do here, I want to align up that staircase with the button, because then when the Mimic is on the other side there, if I just walk up a bunch, then the Mimic will be on that button and I'll be on the staircase. Of course, before I do that, we gotta go... Actually, I do want to realign myself right now, because I just want to make sure that we get that there. Realign one more time. There you go. Oh boy, this one, E29, took me so long to try and figure out some sort of strategy. Because as you can see, there is an off by one problem up there. But also, if you go on the right side, you cannot get back, because they're temporary blocks. You're making one-way passages here. You got to create some sort of gigantic loop if you're going to do anything. And there is a pretty handy type of gigantic loop that I can do here. Clears out a few blocks, even gives me the ability to grab a block here, permanent block. Not the way you want to do it though. I tried out a lot of, you can even try and grab like this, for example, and now you got a 1x3 that you can sort of mess around with. And if you do stuff correctly, then you can like go up here and do stuff. I still could not find a good solution doing stuff with that. And I really tried. I really gave a good attempt. No. The best way that I figured out to do this is that loop thing that I did on the bottom. Good idea. But what I want to do is I want to get rid of a bunch more enemies while also doing that loop thing. So, good start. Extremely good start, in fact. Now, if I could just do one more clockwise loop, and I can. If I just push that forward. By the way, it took me a long time to figure out how to just push the statue forward so I can get over here. I kept having another off by one problem where I needed to take this block to be able to get over to the right side. Yeah, that doesn't work. All right, and then using some very careful movement around, I'm able to grab just enough blocks, and as you can see, does it perfectly like that. That whole thing, it took me so long to realize, just push the statue off of this. And then you get another, well, whatever. Look, I got it now. Oh boy, talking about manipulating octahedrons. Check this one out. Okay, I have a very specific way that I want to do this. There's a bunch of very specific movements that I want to make, because as much as I'll make fun of the octahedron for being stupid, and it is, but it's smart enough, especially with this open area, that it will find some path to you. So, immediately go right, because then what I can do is I can cut it off with a shade. Shade management is going to be important here. And then I want to go down, and I actually want to knock this once, because it's going to have to waste time going back up then. And by doing that, I can now circle around here and create as many shades as I want, because the octahedron does not know what to do. More importantly, by knocking the wall once there, I've given myself exactly one extra tile right here that I can pick up. That's going to be important, because this cuts off a lot of routes that the octahedron can take towards me. But now I'm just barely getting by here. But the important thing is now I get the middle lane for myself, because otherwise the octahedron's going to be looking for any way it can get into that middle lane. So you have to use shades to block it off. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to spend some time. I want to get that octahedron real nice and close to me, because what I want to do is, as I'm going down here now, I want to force it into the top lane, so it will not just immediately attack me through the middle. And that's perfect. Now from here, get it real nice and close. And funny enough, this does line up perfectly that I can take the button, which I'm doing right now. And then I want to make sure I get that middle lane blocked off. Now I can put this here. And if I just make a mad dash to the exit, this is all you need. Because it can't get to me. It's too confused. It has no idea what to do. That one took a lot of trial and error, let me tell you. That was not an easy one for me. Look at this ridiculous setup, though. But hey, there you go. Sword. And you might think, oh, this is going to make all the rest of the stuff easy. It is not. By the way, if you do EX mode, if you have a fresh save file, this will also unlock the sword as a brand for you to take into future runs. So there's an easy quote-unquote way to do that? Maybe? Anyway, and then it forces you back to 1. Yeah, it's not even like ER value, it's EL value. Also, you can see from the OS report this is taking place during, or at least very close to, Gray's campaign. Because Lillie's campaign takes place 1,000 years in the future. Actually, 10,000 years in the future, I think. Because it's like 11/2024. Yes, that is the date I'm recording this. 5/22/2024. All right. Everything's perfectly aligned here to send me right back to number 1. And then, of course, that opens up this, which I'm going to take a break to make sure that I understand how to do all the puzzles for this before jumping right back into it. Got a couple rounds of practicing, which means it's time for section 2, which you can probably predict what it's going to be. Wings. Yeah, they're saving memory for the third one. Usually pretty easy to get in the game. And it starts out... yeah. So just 2 slashes here, and then I'm going to wait for the rest of the enemies to run into each other. Well, okay, not quite like that, but I want to make sure that I'm not right next to that strange smile is kind of the more important thing. Then can get you there. Immediately start up this. And then things should start to open up to finish it up pretty easily. However, it's still got to be somewhat careful here, right? There we go. And now strange smiles and everything will be pretty trivial to take out. Don't need to worry too much about the eyes, of course, because they're just sitting there. But that's why you only have 2 of them in this entire place. Okay, first one, done, easy, and can switch music around if I want to, but not right now. I like the EX mode theme. It's good for spending a long time trying to figure out these puzzles, of course. Or not that. I want to have it facing down in the corner so I can sneak up there, kill the strange eye, and that'll clear up some spots for me to do things, which is the more important thing right now. I want to be able to put down blocks because that's the only thing preventing me, for the most part, from finishing this level. Starts out nice and simple, but gets pretty ridiculous later on, so don't get too comfortable with the way that the puzzles are going right now. 34. Every one of the enemies in the game in a real nice, compact arena. Ugh. Needless to say, this one is another one that took quite some time to figure out. Also, really, I know I say there's a lot of puzzles that test your ability to manipulate enemies and everything like that. Wow, you really cannot get much more ridiculous than this, especially when they give you such little area to even work with. Thankfully, you're pretty easy. But the strange smile with that small, tiny area. I'll get you out. And then pretty much, there we go. And of course, it forces you to take a shade, but I can get rid of all the rest of the enemies before that. This one, really not too bad. Go over here because then I can get rid of you. The only thing to really note is that since you can only pick up 1 block, you really got to make it work for you. And this one, putting it right here so that you can get to this eye, is really the only good option. Once you identify how few things there are to do, puzzle kind of solves itself like that, right? Well, at least that's the way I'm looking at it. Okay, this one, I'm sure you can probably approach in a bunch of different varieties, but I'm just going to do it like this because I don't know. This is how I've been doing it, I suppose, is the only way to put it. Every one of these, I mean, I definitely have finished a few of these puzzles different times, like that one with the 3 Aeus statues and everything I was talking about earlier. But usually, for whatever reason, one solution tends to stick out in my mind as far as the way that I want to approach this. Because, yeah, I could have probably just had, of course, the beaver run into the temporary block and everything like that, but, well, got these lightning ones here. I don't use the lightning ones enough. Okay. See if I remember how to do this one now. I think what I want to do is I want to make sure that the two beavers are not going to run directly into each other, because they absolutely will. And I can get rid of one of them. I can get rid of a second one. I just don't even want to deal with it. And then here, I just need to get you to run around in the right way. And yeah, right like that. Remember, you act first. Oh, this one. This one is another one of those really tricky puzzles. It's very similar to that one puzzle that I saw in Tan's Circle, where you think you want to keep that egg around, but you don't. And that took me, as always, a very long time to figure out. Aside from that, it's not too bad to sort of figure out the order of operations to try and get rid of enemies here. Same basic thing. Picking up and putting down blocks, of course, is just a very easy way to get rid of beavers. Do that. And now here's where it gets a little bit trickier. But yeah, like I said, it's just, there's no way you can get rid of that eye on the left side unless you push the statue down. Then you've got to be standing, of course, on the shade block and everything. So it's very clever in how that works, but it'd take me way too long to figure out. Yeah, there's just no easy way to get to that eye otherwise. And as always, if you got shade blocks, it doesn't really matter for buttons, because that just, of course, means that you need to get a big enough circle to make it work. All right, so from here, let's start getting a big enough circle to make this work. I guess it's the simplest way to put it. It's pretty easy to identify a circle. There's plenty of space around here once you clear out all the statues and everything. It's just that egg. It looks so much like you just want to push down that button. It's the exact same thing as that Tan level. But, well, here it's just a, run around until it solves itself, right? 38. There's quite a few puzzles in this. There's a few different rest areas, places where you get the actual items and everything like that, but mostly it is, 4 circles just by itself in EX mode. Oh boy, this one. Make your movements very carefully. Because it's very weird in how it works. So what I did there first was make sure that I spent my turns just enough so that I could take out the eye. Well, the eye was really just to spend a turn more than anything else. It's not like the eye is particularly threatening. But to take out the maggot there so that I have at least one safe place that I can be hanging out for a moment here. Now if I do this, get the beaver over here, I can do that to wait it out just long enough. And then there's my one usage of picking up something, but that doesn't matter. Yeah, that was a lot of trial and error the first time that I did it. Trying to figure out, okay, what are the exact motions, the exact moves that I want to make to successfully do it. Realizing that there's no way that I can keep that maggot alive and still stay alive myself, so that one's not going to be the one to run to a beaver. Besides, how would I even get out of there very easily? But then figuring out which one of the leeches, which was the top one, that I wanted to get rid of using the beaver. Because especially with the inability to pick up blocks, you have so few moves you can make in that. This one, things are set up very nicely at the beginning, but then you get to here where, well, you have to destroy at least... You can't destroy, at least one of those maggots. But that still gives me plenty of room to start creating shades. So when the timer that they created on the bottom there finally runs out. I now have all of the Mon statues blocked. And just by snaking back and forth to make sure that that line of sight is blocked, I didn't mean to do it like that. Well, that was the wrong way to do it. Now you want to skip that last block. Last block doesn't matter. Okay, so yeah, destroy everything. It all lines up very nice, although you do need to punch the wall there once. Now here we go. Lines up perfectly for that. And then just keep going back here, because if you go in a straight line, you're going to run into problems. But that works out. Tricky one. 1, 2, and then let the puzzle solve itself. Well, I do want to make sure that I'm in a safe place. It's funny how, yeah, these very enemy-packed rooms look very intimidating, and then suddenly you realize, oh wait, I only need to kill 2 enemies and then find some place that I can hang out, and that's it. Trying to rush around using your sword on everything you possibly can will not work out well for you. This one was actually a pretty easy puzzle just because there's so few things you can do. You have the one hole that you can put something there. You have a temporary block, so obviously that has to be used in some way. You have such a limited amount of things you can do after starting up this sequence. You can't go backwards, obviously. You'll die. And the only thing I really can do is put down one more block, which should be a temporary block, because then they go on there, activating it once. Beaver goes on there, activating it again. Yeah, once you just figure out something you can do, that puzzle solves itself. Not to say that it's easy, but still. Oh, okay. So, want to spend 1 turn punching the wall there, because that will line me up when I go down here to get rid of you. Same thing, if I circle around and get this, can get rid of you 2 pretty quickly. Now, from here, what I want to do is I want to start making a big old walkway down the middle to get to this staircase. Best way to do that is to just grab this block, you know, using the old circle constraints that I'm being put under, which lines me up very well for that. Can get rid of the old zappy block, which is otherwise going to be in the way. And then I want to go grab you to continue the path there. Then I can get rid of you, open up even another circle to work with, and make sure you're not going to be a problem. Okay. So we got 2 different... I need to get 2 blocks down here. And thankfully it works out perfectly if I do it like this. And then I can just circle around here one more time. And I've made just few enough shades to just make a beeline for the ending. Oh, this one. The old Amon statues, blocking line of sight, everything like that again. So obviously you need to defeat all the enemies. Let's just get rid of these 2 immediately. And since this is perfectly symmetrical, you can go from either side. It doesn't really matter. But I like going from the bottom because I don't know why not. And then here... because, again, there's just a very, very limited moves you can even make. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to go down the only place that doesn't have a shade block, really. And that lines things up for me to get you here. And I just remembered I'm supposed to have the button to put down right there. Supposed to pick that up. Otherwise, yeah, it ends with me on a shade block, but... being on a shade block is not a problem as long as all the other enemies are killed first. Okay. I pressed the button. Getting a little bit too... trying to think about how I want to set up things a little bit too fast here and doing it before I want to. So, pick up that. Then we can go over here, up here, because then I can push against the wall to get us lined up again. And that will send the Mimic right into that zappy block. And from here, same thing. And then I can set this down and that creates a circle. However, this is not a large enough circle. I need more space because I'm not going to be able to hit both of the buttons and actually be able to walk around in a circle at the same time too. To get over to the staircase. So do this, do that. Opens things up just enough. And then with the safe place away from the Mon statues that I'm working with. Can wrap it up just barely, so you know that's how they intended you to do it. And then we got 45 here. Oh boy, oh boy. Now this is a puzzle. So I could immediately go and kill this leech, but now as you can see, the two leeches on the bottom are perfectly lined up, which is just going to make it a lot harder to do things. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to skip the first cycle here. I'm going to let them bounce off of each other there, and then once they bounce off of each other one more time, that's when I'm going to go get in here, do that. Okay, that's a good start. Remember those Mon statues are on the side. They are very annoying. Nothing I can do about those beavers. There's just get rid of them. So from here then, what I'm going to do is wait for you to get out of the way. And then I'm going to get rid of one of these beavers. Why? Because that makes things asymmetrical. And the important part is that means that what I can do is I can only destroy one of those blocks down there and then create a raft type of structure. Do be careful doing that, though. Those Mon statues are always there, and they are always ready to zap me at any point in time. But from here, and there you go. Now I got everything set up nicely to create that raft. With the very single last temporary block to work with, that's all you really need to do. Now here I can even just lock you over there for a moment. Although that's really just so I can get rid of the shade block. Continue doing, because all I really need is just one space to be able to put stuff, right? I still got to wait around a lot on this one just because those Mon statues, I tell you. Okay. That should work out there. Now I can start getting rid of some of the leeches, which is good. Also opens up more areas for me to get to as well. Although I do also want to make sure that I have some place to put my staircase. I want it kind of far away, is the thing. And in fact, here, let's get it even farther away. There we go. So then what I can do is I can put the button right in front of it, and then I can put the shade block over here, and that should be good. Now I don't want to trap the leech. Well, actually, I need to get rid of that shade. I need to put the shade block in position first. But yeah, I don't want to try and put one of the used temporary blocks right next to the leech like that, because then I'm not going to be able to get out of the way in time. Which, I'm sure, as you can tell, not a good thing. Still got to be careful. Those Mon blocks will kill you. Will not hesitate to kill you. Not there. Then it would immediately activate that, killing me. That should be good. Plenty of time to get out of the way. Okay, from here, I can realize that I was supposed to remove this so I had someplace to put the button. Ah, dang it. It was all going so well right up until it wasn't. Got to have a place to move the button because I can't move in front of the Mon statues after that point. It'll just zap me and I'll die. All right, well, anyway, hey, I can get a second look a little bit faster as to what it's supposed to be like when I'm doing this. Okay, get you in there, da-da-da. All right, from here, let's get over to the left side just because, you know, the way the Mon statues are on the opposite side of the room just make that kind of annoying to work with. There. Don't immediately go up and try to grab a block, otherwise you get gold statued. It's not great. Okay. Same basic thing. Grab you, put that there. We're good. Now then, grab the staircase so I can put that down there. Be extra cautious. Don't accidentally walk onto the temporary blocks. All that sort of stuff. You know the deal, right? Yeah, we're good. Then I can get rid of you to start with. From here, I can trap you over there while I go and shuffle around blocks in the way that they need to be. Get this specifically, of course, on the opposite side of stuff. Yeah, I mean, I suppose I can just do that, right? There you go, that works. Okay. Now, there's the place the button is going to go. Oh, wait. Should take my own advice. Do not give myself only one block, because then I'll run into that and I won't have a good time. I'll be dead, which I consider to be not a good time. Don't do it there. Yeah, that should give me enough time. Okay. Now, there you go. Hey. And hey, there's the wings. Excellent. They'll come in handy in the right now, because I need to use them to get back to floor 1. So back to EL1. You know which one is next now, but of course I'm going to practice that one again. Section 3 of EX mode. This time you need both the sword and the wings to get in here, so you know these puzzles are going to be good. And also, I mean, just from the amount that I've had to practice them, oh, these puzzles are still pretty tricky, even right now. As you would think I would have a much better handle on them, but after playing the game this much. Well, the first one here, not too bad at all. Just make sure the enemy's facing away from you. Then use punching the walls there to get past these leeches. This one too, actually, I don't even think that I'm doing the correct sequence of events when doing this, because I'm barely using any of the blocks, but maybe they just didn't expect you to go backwards immediately. Well, I suppose I'm not going to argue with a simple puzzle. Not in EX mode. Not in the hard mode, not in EX mode. Actually, that's really all I need. This game can get pretty brutal at points, right? Pretty brutal and grueling. Grutal. Anyway. Okay, want to get that same sort of 2 lined up. And thankfully just going around in a circle makes that pretty easy with the A statue. Because as soon as you have wings, the 1x3 just becomes 2. Because you have so much freedom to be able to move around and everything like that. This one is interesting. It doesn't quite fit with the rest of the puzzles. More like something you would see in the wing trial, but I don't know. Easy enough for the most part. Just got to make sure that I give enough room for all the beavers to go around. Since I can move at least 1 block there. Now these checkerboard type of puzzles starting to become a lot more common. But of course with wings it makes sense because this is normal ground for wings then. Okay, so what I need to do here is make sure that I can really grab the block that I'm about to be creating right now. And not even at this very moment, because I also need to make sure that I have some place to put that block. So do a little bit of this sort of thing. And then I can even circle back around here, throw that down. That also gives me plenty of the used temporary blocks to create yet another one. Sends me right to the exit. It's very similar to the strange smile back in, was it B's domain or Tan's domain? Which had that similar sort of checkerboard pattern where you have to make sure that you have some sort of path that you can circle around in to get both the memory crystal and everything. I don't know. If I'm trying to name specific levels, I do not know if people are going to have any idea what I'm talking about. I played this game a lot, so, you know. Actually, octahedron manipulation. It's going to be coming up a bit. It's going to be coming up a bit. Maybe a little bit more than you'd like if you're playing EX mode here. I don't know. Just a feeling. If you're me and you're playing EX mode. Keep saying, you know, hey, the octahedrons are stupid, but like, that doesn't mean that they're like super trivial to take care of or anything, right? Okay, let me just, I gotta make sure they will get me even if I am flying, which is sort of an annoying thing. Well, actually, all I really need to do is that, yeah. I think usually I go for the one on the right, then the one on the upper left, which is why I was kind of confused there for a second. Okay, gotta make a way to push 1 block to that jukebox there, which is, it's pretty easy to get 2 blocks there, and then one statue that is not being used. But how do you get back then? Well, that's why I left this 1 block here. Pretty handy, eh? These puzzles are so compact. I'm kind of impressed that they still remain so difficult with such few elements here. Okay. Oh yeah, and the EX mode starts to get the you belong to the city sax going on in the background, which I enjoy. Want to get those there, and then it's the same thing as before. Make sure that you are doing it anti-clockwise so that you get behind the statue to push it forward. This one's a fairly easy puzzle compared to most of them, and this is just about managing statues. So what I want to do is go get that. Go make sure that I can push a bunch of stuff forward. Then I got to move around some of these so I can even push things forward in the first place. And it might seem like you want to push that first statue forward, but that's one of those classic tricks where the obvious solution is not the one you actually want to do, because now I can get this one, I can get that one, and by clearing out those other temporary blocks around here, I can push this one forward. Yeah, don't get fooled by the immediate first solution that it looks like, because that's, in EX mode at the very least, that is not the solution. They're trying to trick you. Don't forget you have wings. The Mimic might not have wings, but I have wings. So, can do that, and then that desynchronizes me 1, which is good. That's what I want. But I also need to make sure that the Mimic has a good amount of space to be able to push that statue around. Okay, and now although I'm back desynced on the Y, or resynced on the X, I'm desynced on the Y, which is the... Well, that was a mistake. I didn't mean to go forward. They were supposed to not immediately walk into the statue like that. Okay, yeah, remember you have wings. I want to cover this so that the statue has somewhere to go, so that... Well, more specifically, it's not even that the statue has somewhere to go, it's that the Mimic has somewhere to go, because I need something blocking the Mon statue, otherwise that happens. Okay, please. The original solution that I came up for this puzzle was something real weird and wacky. Don't have to worry about that as much right now. I feel like I got a little bit better one. I'm not going to say a much better solution, but a little bit better. Okay, circle around, and then we can push this here. Get the Mimic right in front of that. And even more than that, get them nice and desynced. Well, I guess when I say nice and desynced, the only amount that I can get them desynced is like that. Now, with this, set that there, get that right on the button. Okay, this one. So, you know how there's been the checkerboard pattern? Well, they made sure that you understood how that worked in relation to strange octahedrons before, specifically for this puzzle. This is the one where they're like, okay, you've seen how strange octahedrons interact with stuff. Now it's time for you to make it yourself. Have fun. And I will. You can probably tell from the way I'm like talking about this and everything. I do very much enjoy EX mode. I'm having a great time. But yeah, like I said, just to start making this all over the place, right? Yeah, what I really want to do is just go take this here, push that forward. I like Sokoban puzzles. I know a lot of people don't, but I do. What can I say? All right. Oh, this one. Oh, another exercise in minimalism in terms of puzzle elements that remains extremely tough anyway. This is more testing. So you can't go in the top right corner. Let's just lay that one down right now. This is testing temporary blocks and Mimic interactions. Hey, you remember how I was able to bypass the last part of the dev room ending by taking the staircase and then using the fact that you act before enemies to get into the staircase? Well, that's going to be important here, because I'm not going to be able to get away with not creating a shade. So the way I'm going to do this, get that there, push that forward, just because, you know. And then here, so I got wings, so temporary blocks are not nearly as dangerous, but I still need to at least grab that staircase to get it somewhat closer to me. So if I go about this far, and then throw this down here, do a little bit of shuffling around there, and that's good. Now, I do not want to create a shade just yet, so I'm going to take you and just toss you over there. Because the thing is, I can't go backwards. That'll destroy the temporary block, and then I can't move forward at all. So thankfully, that being on a glass block there means that I can at least get that out of the way, but also pick up one more glass block, or shade block, whatever they're called. And then to be able to save myself, I'm going to put it down here, and this is the you act before the shade, because normally I would die. The shade would fall into a pit, except I act first. Tricky, eh? Oh, that was a puzzle. Oh, I was so baffled, and I could not figure out. As soon as you realize that you cannot do anything in that upper right corner, 2 shade blocks there completely prevent you from doing anything. 1 shade block, you can kind of move out of the way, and if you use a shade block right at the end, that'll work. But 2 shade blocks, no. Then you're left with so many limited options. You're left with only so many options, and that makes it kind of clear what to do. Sorta. So the big gimmick here, as you can probably tell, is that as soon as I free the octahedrons, if I don't immediately go into the staircase, the octahedrons are going to die and make the puzzle impossible. So let's go grab this, throw that there. And then I am going to make sure they don't immediately start coming at me by not grabbing the staircase, for example. And then being able to fly here, that works for me. And then when I get onto the staircase, there you go. Look at this. Look at E60 here. Oh boy, it is okay, well. You know how the strange octahedrons work at this point in time, right? Let's get you there. Just slowly inch him forward onto that button. That's what I need. Now I want to grab you immediately. Okay. Want to put a button there. And then what I'm going to do is this a... Oh. Yeah, that's almost perfect. I needed the staircase to be in the other area, but that is pretty much what you want to do. Gotta kind of inch him forward, and then do want to make sure that I get this done, lest I accidentally don't solve the puzzle here. You want to inch him forward. In fact, I don't want to take that there. I want to take that there. There you go. Now that's what I call a puzzle. And do you see how it's going to work now? So now I can just throw it down here, and it will be just far enough to get into the staircase. That is a puzzle, isn't it? And that's me, of course. Memory. Eggnd. I really enjoy it. I'm really having a lot of fun. Even though I already know the solution to the puzzle, well, maybe that makes it a little bit better because then I have an idea of what I'm doing. And it's the same as always. And that frees me up to go back to floor 1 yet again. But this time, now I can talk to the eggs, and the eggs are going to actually tell me what I'm supposed to do for the ad statue. As you kind of expect. So, what's going on? Hold the action button for a few seconds. And watch out for lightning. Yeah, when they say hold the action button, make sure you're like facing a wall or something, lest you incur the wrath of the vengeance statue there. But there you go. By the way, if you're playing EX mode on your own, that'll work immediately. You don't have to get memory. And in fact, not only that, it actually provides a great shortcut, because take a look around here on this floor. Yeah, these numbers seem familiar, don't they? So if you're coming back here and you want to be able to just go and immediately grab all of the memories, or the void burdens, that's what they're called. You can just do that right here. In fact, that's how I was resetting for starting up the video again. All right, but that's not the actual thing that I'm doing here right now. Only the lonely one. So yep. Yeah, no. I'm pretty sure it's probably randomized. But one of the interesting things, before I do anything else in this section, is that this is the first time that I am able to actually have full control over the HUD. They usually put something here or there to kind of prevent me from doing that, which means I can do this. Fatal error, Elysium breached. Well, that would explain why it's called EL instead of BR. But, as it turns out, EX mode has its own version of the carcass ending. So, let's go check that out. Okay, after a bit of wandering around and queuing up You Belong to the City, because after referencing that I felt like listening to it. Absolutely. And so the entire time, the memory slate riddles were just Dr. Lillie apparently trying to flirt with whoever the person Aes was based on. Like this little ending screen. I don't know if I ended up making it the thumbnail, but I am thinking about it. Well, anyway, I gotta get back into EX mode now. Section 4, for real this time, and I'm going to immediately turn towards the wall to make sure that I don't get hit by lightning. Okay, so you saw there is a puzzle to this first section, which means that you cannot get through here without having void memory, because this is randomized each time. No, this time I do actually know what the answer is, because I've already got it written down. And this is actually the same run that I was using to practice with. So, right. Always got to remember that. Okay, but to begin with, let's just immediately go back to floor 1, because the best way to approach this is to just go back to the very first section yet again. Thankfully, not actually going through the first section, though. Just going to be looking for specific lonely rocks. Besides, this is going to be a lot easier now that I have all of the burdens, too. Can really just go through everything. Though not necessarily trivial, it's going to be easier, I guess is a better way to put it, right? But hey, wings make this totally trivial. And this, I do not want to actually defeat any of the enemies. And really, I could have probably also just solved the puzzle like this in the first place. Well, no, I can't get rid of the eyes then. Yeah, I get the sword in this section. So maybe not. Well, anyway, here's the first of the eggs. First go is Eggnd. And the really helpful thing about this part of EX mode, hey, it just lets you go right to the next one. Remember to hold down the interact button then. Can also give you something of an easy mode version of each one of these stages, but it kind of depends on which level it is. So here, same thing. This one was pretty easy, even at the beginning. It's more of a spectacle thing than anything else. Oh yeah, and I suppose I can just go over here. I'm going to need to do this anyway, so. Get rid of you. There, now if I press the interact button one too many times and pick up a block, I'm not going to immediately die. Okay. Not that I even really needed to get rid of all the enemies, but, well, here we are. Second is the beaver, yet again confirming that it is indeed a beaver. Thank you, Egg. Okay, 47 is next. Surprising to think that 47 stages, and that's not even all of them. It goes up to, what, 60 or so? Yeah, that is a full 2 circles there that they added onto the game of some extreme level difficulty. All right, number one thing, can hold down the interact button here without needing to worry too much about accidentally getting hit with lightning. And then here, they got all the stuff, right? So, and the ability to finally move around blocks again. And I was saying in hard mode, they start putting the vengeance statues in every one of the areas. EX mode really does start doing that, to the point that, they might as well have just taken away my void rod at this rate. Funny enough, you don't get the endless rod in this. Octahedron. Good thing that I know all the names of the enemies and everything, right? Yeah, you don't get the endless rod in this. Only section of the game that has endless rod related puzzles was the Dees realm, and that is it. Okay, I do still need to pick this up. 26. Hey, can completely trivialize this puzzle now. It is fun to just go through and, well, that was easy, right? Okay, but, you know, I'm not here to be solving stuff. We're here to be, well, still solving stuff, but in a different way. A different thing to solve. Also, make sure I don't accidentally push the egg off. Fourth is a smile. Destroy the smile. Going to 57. I could not tell you what the numbers of each one of these puzzles are. I just go through and do them. And that is getting pretty close to the end. It's not even the end, really. Okay, well, I don't need to worry about solving the puzzle this time, right? So I can just immediately get rid of that, which is handy when I don't even have to think about it. Fifth is a eye. All right. And that is... You know, also, do not have a mimic in that one section, so... I mean, I guess it makes sense, because how would you be able to defeat a mimic in a specific order? It's kind of hard to do so. Oh, glad that I don't have to do this one again. A lot of weird timing stuff. Not to say that I won't have to do anything like that past this point. A shade sign. Yeah, I can't defeat shade, so you need to just pick up the sign. When I was doing this on stream, because I thought that this was going to be the end of EX mode, it's not. I had this as the first thing that I need to do, which meant that I had to set up the rest of the entire level to be able to defeat all of the enemies, knowing that I can't put down the sign after I pick it up. It did make it kind of interesting, but also pretty frustrating. Here, it's coming a lot later, so I am appreciative of that. All right, let's get rid of you, actually, and just, I want to make sure that I can not have to deal with enemies around here, right, as I'm maneuvering my way. Also, I've really got to make sure that I do not accidentally go into the staircase. That is not actually the goal this time. I did that on one of the... a run that I scrapped here because, well, would have had to redo a whole bunch of stuff. But hey, I remember not to do it this time. Get out of here, you. Now that I have so many options on what to do, I'm getting confused as to how I want to solve these puzzles, which is silly because it should be absolutely and totally trivial at this point. Seventh is the leech. All right. And where are we going from here? Well, I suppose I'll see in 1 second. Because again, I don't remember. 34, bit 2 levels back. Sure. Get rid of you. I like that you can always tell exactly when I'm recording this, thanks to the Dees reports. My birthday's tomorrow. That has nothing to do with anything, just fun fact. I'm going to be an undisclosed amount of years old. Final to... yeah, I probably will need that. Final to go is you. Yeah, you can't get away with doing this without losing any lives. Unfortunately. Then sends me back to 18. Not even back to 1 or 2, which is what I would prefer, but, you know, what am I gonna do? Here, let's grab this, because then what I can do is... Oh, right. Yeah, I forgot, without something in the corner there. That is... Well, okay, I'm gonna get back to the first floor here. Yeah, if you are playing EX mode and you haven't been spending hours practicing the puzzles to know exactly what the solutions are, I would really recommend probably just going, getting the egg ending, and then going from there. It's much easier. Okay, now then, gotta go defeat the maggot. Easy enough. The egg does not have anything different to say after you defeat all the enemies. I did check that, because I was kind of curious. But nope. Right, the smile. Still very aggressive in terms of jumping into pits like that, right? I want to go from here. Yeah, because once you know how to get past, of course, the ad statues at the very beginning here, it is much easier to go and get all of the burdens when you start up this mode. And you cannot use the brands to start with the burdens. That's just not possible. Okay, shade sign, leech. There you go. Can't play as Lillie or anything. Gray only. There we go. And that is exactly what I need to continue on, because of course it's not done. I really thought that was going to be the ending the first time that I was playing it, but nope. That's just to get into this area. Well, I suppose, you know, having to go through some of the previous puzzles, even if you have all the burdens, is still a little bit difficult. So it's just a way to make sure that you are absolutely going to have to do some of the other puzzles anyway, right? Okay, from here, if I remember correctly, I want to go through like this. Close, but not quite. Okay, I can't believe I'm forgetting this puzzle already. But yeah, we got glass checkerboard. It's no longer just big glass floors. It is an entire checkerboardy type of thing. It's really fun. Okay, go around like this, because what I want to do is I want to defeat this beaver here first. And then I can get out of here like this. There you go. It's not always the obvious solution, especially with EX mode. In fact, they try to put obvious solutions there where you want to go get rid of, like, say, the maggot first, because that seems a lot easier. Nope. So this one took me a long time to figure out, but just the hint here is that these blocks are very much placed in particular ways so that you use them like this. Because it's only really possible to be able to create, you know, a 1x3 right here, or this L shape right here, or an L shape over here, or a 1x3 over here, and you gotta just pick and choose what's gonna be the most useful. This one, because that allows me to do that. And although the octahedron, it's like I got plenty of time to do that, and really I don't need to deal with the smile. It doesn't even matter. I guess I could, but whatever. Look at this. It's just... It's sort of like a witness puzzle at this point in time, where you have one path that you can go down, where you have to figure out how to go down one path without going back over places that you've already been. Except you super can, thanks to the fact that I can actually use the void rod here. So it's really as simple as doing that. You just get one pass back over the middle, figure out where you can pick up glass panes, and throw them down. Not too bad. This one is just a trick. This one is just a trick again. It has a very obvious way that everything is set up to have you do stuff where what you're supposed to be doing, obviously, is pushing down the statues to be able to get all of the leeches in the proper locations, which is to say, on top of the button. Except the thing is, you do not really have enough... You don't have enough blocks to be able to go up there and get that Eggnd and everything, which is why what you need to do is you just need to move the button. It's really simple, but as soon as it took me... You can probably even go see the stream, the archive of the stream, where it took me a really long time to figure out that it's like, right, I can also just move the button too, right? It's a sort of solution that is obvious when you look at when you hear about it, but it's not obvious when you're first trying to solve it because it looks like it's set up in a very particular way. Red herrings in puzzles, isn't that weird? Fake solutions to puzzles. Well, anyway, this one is planned for you to try and get the beavers to die simultaneously, which is easier said than done, but I know exactly how I want to set that up. Get both of them on the top there, and you can see the way that I did that. I have used both of the temporary blocks. So now I need them to run onto those temporary blocks at the same time, which again, if you want to go see the archive of me doing this on stream, it took me a very long time, but here's the process. I knew exactly how I wanted to do this from the very beginning, but figuring out the process, figuring out the exact timing for it was the hard part. Get killed by Lev's own lightning. It's a poetic end. Sort of. Not really. Thankfully going downstairs... Oh my god. Thankfully going down staircase does still... He's still taken into account before you get zapped by Mon statue there. Okay. E8. I want to say this is probably the most infamous of the EX puzzles. Because it is... Well, here, let's see what you gotta say. Leave the leeches be. Get in your way. Mean no harm. Yeah. Aimlessly seeking warmth. And if you kill any one of the leeches, it makes the puzzle unavailable. So that's the bit here. Alright. Now taking a look at how the puzzle is set up, which is a ridiculous thing because you know that they set up puzzles in a way where you are... where they put fake solutions in it. But this is one where surveying the entire surroundings is a good way to start with this. So, there are a bunch of Aya statues. I'm going to need to use those Aya statues to, one, extend the length of some of the walkways, as you could call them, for the leeches. Because only having them go back and forth between two squares, since I'm going to need to eventually get a shade, I need at least one more. And there's this very specific way, and there's a very specific place, you know, that middle row there, where that is going to be a problem if I don't create at least one more block. The other thing is that the way these the statues are set up is that they are here to make bridges. So for example, this one, clearly what I'm going to want to do is I'm going to want to push another statue down here to completely fill that out. But first off, before I do that, let's extend this particular walkway a little bit. Make sure I got the room. Bam. And then it puts me in kind of a precarious position if I can just do that. So, that extends that. That's going to be my way to get through the middle over to the staircase when I actually get the shade. So, that's a good start. Now, the other thing is that clearly the way that I want to build the walkway on my right there is to push the statue above me down and then push it right one. Because there's no way that I could possibly push that statue left or right otherwise. I mean, maybe, but the thing is, where I'm standing right now is relatively safe. As you can see, there's no leeches that are about to run into me, and even after I create the walkway, there will be no leeches to run into me, so that means that I won't have to worry about trying to plan my path any better. Alright, so there's that one done. Now I want to go get this statue over here to finish up the walkway that I'm currently standing on. And gotta make sure, one, I don't accidentally push this into any leeches. That'd be bad. But from this point, let's just start to push this thing down here. Again, make absolutely sure there are no leeches in the way. And funny enough how this all lines up, I can just doot, 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 and get right down here to push it. And that's good. Okay, from here, I found there is a way that you can go back, loop around the left there, which is how I was normally doing it. But as I was practicing, I figured out that, oh, I can just go right over here. Pretty handy. Everything lines up perfectly for that. Make sure you are in a good position. Push that there. All right. And then funny enough, this also lines up really well to get right on this block. Okay, now we're in the home stretch. Look at how involved this puzzle is. It is something. Also, I think I pressed something on my keyboard because Windows started talking to me. Anyway. Okay, so from here, now we got to figure out. Now, the best way that I've figured out to do this is through trial and error. I won't sugarcoat it. It's through trial and error. I just tried a bunch of different solutions and saw what worked. So this one, pretty promising. As you can see, the snakes in the bottom left, or leeches in the bottom left, are currently going away from the staircase, and that should give me plenty of time to be able to get into the staircase. But if I try going right now, the leech that is closest to me will kill me. Well, will kill my shade, which consequently kills me. So we're going to have to wait one more round. But I want to get those leeches in the bottom left corner just, going away from the staircase, but not on the staircase. So right here. And see, this already, you can see right now, there are 3 leeches that I'm worried about. The one directly next to me right now, but that's going away from me, so that's good. The one in the middle there that I created that one extension for is, by the time I get over there, should be going back into the same corner that they're at right now. And then the ones in the bottom left are already moving away from the staircase, so we just do a little bit of this. There you go. What a puzzle. That is, and of course, absolutely no usage of the void rod the entire time. All right. It's glass. Now you might say, why are you trusting Mon on that of all people? And whatever. Mon seemed relatively certain that it's glass. I get out of here. Because of course, it's like, they take note that it is on a permanent block, and that's one of those easy to overlook things for a puzzle like this. All right. So, what I want to do is I want to start getting rid of glass. You don't have to be too particular with how you're doing it at the very start. Just make sure you pick up that one temporary block more than anything else. I want to start clearing out everything here. And of course, as with any of the break all of the glass puzzles, make sure you take out the one in front of the staircase. Because, you can't be standing on that and get into the staircase at the same time. Everything needs to be destroyed first. So that's a good start there. I can even start getting rid of a bunch of glass here too. And then if I have this lined up correctly, this should all work out pretty well for me. I am going to want to get rid of the glass here as well, because I want it to be a straight line that I'm going through to be able to get to the end. And also, one of the things I want is I don't want the button that I'm standing on right now in that position to be the button. I want it to be the permanent block. So we're going to just flip those right around doing that. Perfect. Okay. I want to set you right here. Well, okay. I don't want to set you right there yet. Let me go grab this. And I want a glass block right here. Okay. And then I'm going to go set this over here. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go set a glass block right there. All right. So you can see how I got this lined up. It will allow me to get to the bottom. It will allow me to, 1, put down the button underneath the strange smile. 2, get to the bottom row of stuff using my wings without breaking the glass block directly above me. So like this, there, punch the wall once. That way I can walk around the smile without needing to worry about having it run directly into the pit. And I also preserve that glass pane there, so it'll be on there. And then I want to grab that one first, because that one I can't really walk on and continue here. And then just a straight shot right to the exit. EX mode, everybody. Okay, number one thing, have a very limited amount of options right now, so just gonna do that. obvious sort of start there. When you only have so many things to do, you just try to identify what you can do. Next thing, I can get all the way down here before I need to do that again. I could also take the block right here instead. It doesn't really matter for the strategy that I'm about to employ right now. So now what? There is no way that I can possibly take a shade through this entire just group of maggots like this. So what do you do? What do you do? Well, that's the entire thing. They're trying to trick you again. Yeah. It took a real long time for me to realize, it's like, oh, right. What I did was I also totally forgot to talk to the egg. Well, it says don't kill the maggots either. It's just like the same basic thing. Here, you know what? We should get the lore. Yes. Right. No matter how tempting it may feel. Okay, anyway, same basic thing. Do it like that. By putting the block back as soon as you possibly can, that means that you get a good amount of space for a maggot to move around. And there, that's what I was talking about before. See, we did get the example of that. Make sure I have the maximum amount of time. Push, push. Wait one more cycle. Push, push. Yeah, once you realize that, it comes together that much better, right? Okay, maximum amount of time, as you would probably guess already. And then I want to make sure, once again, maximum amount of time. And then I can just sneak right through here. There you are. Look at this. It's pretty funny. It's a funny one. Just decided, okay, you know what? This puzzle, even in just the normal game, is hard enough. We're just going to have you do it again. Oh, there's a slight twist on it, but I mean... There you go. See, and there. Now it's pretty much the exact same puzzle again. I'm going to have to go change the music back, though, of course, but... It's not that bad. It's already the same puzzle. Well, let's not put that one there. Let's just go grab, like, I don't know, you or something. Because all I want to do is make sure that I, of course, have the ability to put the buttons. It's just going to be the same basic solution as last time. I mean, I'm sure you've already guessed. Wait a second. I screwed that up. Sure, we get Gore's theme. Pretty fitting for of course, this area as well, which already has the lo-fi Sokoban type of stuff anyway, as it is. Okay. Let's just grab that. Excellent. And I can really just sneak by there trivially as well, but, you know. Well, I still do have to go grab this as well, too, but that's not a problem. And can set that right there. There you go. Okay. Now all I really need to do is just make sure that I go grab this. Same basic thing as you used to. As surely you are extremely used to at this point. And there you go. Of course, it's not quite over yet. I still do need to get the one... Well, first off. There you go. I still do need to get the one block down here, too, to make sure that the beaver does not just run directly off of the thing, but that's it. Although I did also say... And I gotta make sure that I'm not about to die. No, I don't want that music. By the way, that's what this statue says. It doesn't. Now that I have void memory, I can talk to it, of course. Perfect. Just wanted to go make sure that I had that set up. All right, this one looks really intimidating, but it's honestly not too bad. So first thing I need to do, I only have 3 statues that I need to deal with, so I can get rid of one of them. Because I'm going to want the staircase because, well, it's a permanent block. Permanent blocks are going to be valuable around here. Lets me really move around a lot. Then I want to make absolutely sure that I don't accidentally get any of the contiguous blocks with the statues, because I'm going to need those gore statues around here. And then from this point, what I want to do is actually set this down here, because I'm going to want 1 temporary block in the middle there. Because I'm going to plan, because right now what I'm planning to do is I'm planning to do everything in one big ol' motion. And we'll get that out of there temporarily. I just need to make sure that I can get into this area. Same thing here. Grab a little bit of that. Make sure that I get rid of this when it's not contiguous. I want to set 1 button right about there. And then I can also start setting a few of these zappy blocks in here to make sure that they're not going to be in the way. All right, and then what I can do is we can start getting that there. I want to set the next one there. I want to get the staircase about here. Hereabouts. And this should be perfect. So what you can see is that when I'm standing on that block directly above that one statue, I can push both the statue to the right and the statue down. And since I put that temporary block in the middle, then I can go onto that temporary block, push the other statue to the right, and then get right into the staircase. It's a beautifully elegant solution. So bam, bam. Still got the wings, so I can do that. Then since I set that there, right in. The old octahedrons are stupid thing. But, okay, not to say that this is a super trivial puzzle or anything. First thing that I'm going to do is, 1, just get the statue down there as much as I can. 2, what I want to do is I want to set up this sort of thing, because as you can see, the octahedron is now trapped in that little hallway because of how that works. So that I can just kind of do that same thing again. Make sure that it has to go a really huge distance to try and get me. And now here, I want to even make it more cumbersome for the octahedron to try and find some sort of path to me. I want to be a little bit cautious because, of course, as long as I have a circle to go around, I'm totally fine, but still want to watch out for that. So here, for example, I'm going to get you real close to me because then it has to go a huge distance away. I can even, yeah, just barely. And now here, I do have the ability to pick up at least 1 block, and I will do that, and I will do so right here. Because that creates a big ol' row of blocks that will force the octahedron to go around a lot. Control, for example. Still cutting it kind of close, but that's okay. Octahedrons are stupid. Okay, and then I can kind of force it to follow me around here then instead. And get over here. Dumb nerd. All right. And 1 more is really all I need. There you go. This is fun. So you can see the bit. It's a simple bit. It's a fun bit, though. Still don't really get to anything from these guys. So number 1 thing I want to do is I want to desync everybody. That's just obvious. And that should get everybody nicely desynced. So as you can see, I can get these 2 guys in there. And then if I just move to there, I can get them in there. But the more important thing is that I am not inside of the leftmost button, because now I can do this. As long as I don't move from this x-axis, I'm totally fine. I'm going to go create a bunch of nice paths for all my good buddies here. And that's pretty much it. That's the ball game there. Just go move it right in, slot them right onto the buttons, and there you go. F1. 1 remains. Well, and you can probably tell from the way this looks how exactly this is supposed to go. So it's pretty simple. Just I want to get rid of all of these blocks, and the way you want to do this is not getting that one block that's directly below me, because it's only the last part of this that's actually pretty difficult. Because what I can do here is do that, step onto this, and then get onto the HUD. That's the trick. It's remember you got that HUD. You can use the HUD, and then they can just push this off if I care. Really doesn't matter. Indeed. All right. And that covers that. And that is actually the end of the area. Yeah, can do. No problem. And then, of course, you know. Well, okay. Do that first off. I could also push the egg in a way that it will not fall down there. Now I can turn them back on. Where it's just like, you know, I would push it right as I am next to the pit, and that would allow me to fall down and stuff like that, but I don't really have to worry too much about that. It's me. I'm coming along. Yeah, that's right. We're taking an egg on a journey with us. Do you even need to take the egg with you? I don't know. Maybe. I've never not taken the egg with me. But as you can see, as far as the actual puzzles here go, for the little finale bit, though there was also, of course, a dark idol there above a staircase, if you want to go start that over. Except, the way you start it over, of course, you know how the idols work, does give you some abilities to do stuff. So I am going to have to go back there anyway, but, you know, we'll do that in a little bit later. No, I got it. It's fine. Let me just give you a hand here. Interesting ending, where it's not super difficult in terms of, like, difficulty. All right. Keep that in mind here. Okay, so the way this is set up is rather scary, but what I can do is just... There you go. That makes that a lot easier then. I don't have to worry about having to do that. Also, I don't want to block the hole. That's the actual goal here, of course. The goal to do what? What is the egg looking for? I don't know. I don't know. Look, we're given a challenge here. I'm going to accomplish that challenge, right? That's the way that I'm looking at it. Indeed. Okay, well, it's really not that bad. Of course, I could use my egg buddy to help me out, but we're not going to do that. We're in this together, right? Yeah, sure. Sure, of course, you could go get rid of the Vengeance statue and that'd make things easier, but the Mon statue is... Well, you know how the Mon statue goes. No problem, I'm not doing anything. But yeah, it's like you did just start taking bits and pieces of the HUD around here, why not? They do very much plan for you to be able to do that. So, I got no real issue with doing it as such. Although I do need to make sure that I can actually... There you go. Not that. Not here to of course, accidentally block the hole. Yeah, you can clearly do this without... Oh, boy. Right, this one I don't remember as well. We get another great assortment of enemies, too, on top of that. And not only that, we also get another great assortment of A lot of stuff. I don't really remember this one as well, so give me one moment. Okay, it took me a second, but I think I got it now. Now, the leech is always going to be facing me, so what I'm going to do instead is go back up here, punch the wall once, and do that. Now, the really difficult thing, as far as I know, is trying to get that leech to line up correctly. Yeah, that should be good, though. Perfect. Now, next thing, I'll make sure I get you here. Keep the mimic lined up with me. I want to make sure that they can get rid of, yeah, the strange smile there. And now, can't get rid of them, which is good and everything, but, you know. Also just a thing by itself, right? Go get rid of you. Go and then, like, set this up so that I can push that right after I'm finished. In fact, you know what? Now that I got the ability to move around blocks as much as I need to, let's just get rid of this. I remember the first time I did this, I came up with some sort of the weird nonsense way to solve this sort of deal. Just saying hi. Anyway, I think I didn't even get rid of the vengeance statue, even though that clearly feels like the way you want to go, right? All right. Right into it. Pretty simple puzzle, all things considered. Because, of course, I'm just going to press down the interact button for a time. And right in there. That one's just, hey, do you remember how the ad statues work in this area? So does that imply that... Well, okay, when you fall into despair, you turn into an egg. And then when eggs fall into despair, they become part of the hive mind collective? Well, unfortunately, this really is the end for the egg, so... What can I say? And there you are. Not the end for me, though! And then we get to the finale of EX mode. Which, as always, is the lone birch tree, you know, at the end of every one of the sections, right? Indeed. Yeah, you remember in that one puzzle where the last enemy to be destroyed was me? There was a mimic missing from it. There you go. I mean, it also started out the entire adventure with a mimic there. So if you're keeping track at home, we now have Void Stranger Grey, Void Stranger Lilith, Void Stranger Sif, Void Stranger Lev, and Void Stranger Mimic. Or Golem. Yeah, and I know that the mimic does not only appear in front of trees like it did when I found the original hint for finding the brand like that. That was just a coincidence. How about that? That is ending 2 of EX mode. Still not done. Oh no. Gonna have to go right back into it again. Although, if I remember correctly, yeah, we get sound test mode. Which, of course, does have it looking like a note, of course. There are secrets in that as well, and I will end up doing it. Oh god, we also got to go do Zeroist Ranger. Oh, I'm gonna save that to the end. But I need to go back into EX mode because there's 2 more endings to get, I think? Oh, actually, before I even insert the brand, there is one extra brand. It is a brand that also sends you to EX mode. It pretty much works the same thing there. But this one was discovered by data mining as opposed to the community effort thing, which I think causes some slightly different dialogue, mostly making fun of you for data mining. But it's probably worth seeing, as I'm going right back into it anyway, right? A different brand at the beginning as well. No egg this time. Well, anyway, I'm not going to be going into the hole anyway because we're going in here. Which, of course, does the exact same thing that it does every time. So I'm going to be right back to the beginning. However, I'm going to do something a little bit different. So I got my classic this brand out here. Also should put this in a little bit easier location so that I can go to the Your Own Brand room. Otherwise, this will be impossible, knowing that I don't really have the burdens usually at this point. Get the same egg dialogue as usual. If I turn off void memory, though, is there something new? There we go. You decide to crawl inside. I think it's just a random chance as to if that will, when that activates. Now I can start looking around. It's like a first-person segment. Weird, huh? Okay, here we go. This is what I was looking for. And no screen otherwise when I started back up. I was wandering around there for a while trying to figure out where that orb of light was. Would have been a lot easier to do this in the unbirthing ending if I just used the regular EX brand rather than this weird plus one. Anyway, you might notice, it's Gore's brand. Yep, Gore has the same amount of pixels in her brand as the EX one. So I am getting out of Elysium. This place is terrible. Don't want to be here anymore. I'm getting into the regular dungeon. But more specifically, I do need to go into the regular dungeon because you remember how I talked about you never actually get the endless rod? Kind of the one big piece of equipment that just never shows up in EX mode? Well, I want to go get that now. Also, this is finally the perfect opportunity to take a look at this, which I never looked at prior to this point. And I will be doing exactly that because, well, I want that endless rod. So other than that, this is mostly just going to be going through the dungeon as normal. Still going to be in void mode and everything. However, if I do happen to go, use any one of the dark idols, put them above a staircase, that will send me directly back to EX mode. So, going to want to be careful about that. I think there are also a couple other things that might have changed here as well. That is the exact opposite of the solution. For example, although there is a... Yeah, here we go. Oh, there is a shortcut here. Yeah, this does not happen in the normal game, by the way. You can use shortcuts as much as you want, as long as you know about them. And this is an EX mode special. Hey. It doesn't matter, Mon. I know this. I've already used that. Whatever. It was a bad joke. And that was just... Oh, and the game closed and everything, too. That count as a special ending? But yeah, that was exactly what it looks like when you get killed by the shopkeeper in Link's Awakening. Now it just sends you right back to the brand room. Fortunately, that means I need to reinscribe it again. Then we come to this room, which I think I've got a pretty good idea of what's about to happen. Yes, of course. So this is where we get into the weird bit of this, where to be able to continue, what I need to do is actually use a glitch, surprisingly enough. Specifically, when you pause... There is a moment where when you unpause, you can move, but it will prevent the mimic from you moving. Now, I've never really done this before. I think I mentioned it earlier, if I remember the 15-hour... If I remember, the things that I said in this 15-hour video before. But I'll see if I can get it here. Hey, okay, there we go. Oh, that took a little bit. It is a very difficult trick to pull off, to be certain. But that's, of course, completely intentional, given kind of how everything with this entire ending is. Well, back to it. No different dialogue for that, it seems. Oh, I suppose I never even checked, but yes, you get the same dialogue from mimics. You try talking to them outside of here. I was a bit worried about what would happen if I tried that in case I died again, but it doesn't seem like it. Anyway, I gotta make my way down to the brand room. Oh, which is right here. Perfect. All right. So I am not here to actually create Gore's brand. No, I need to figure out one that's going to be in the first half of the game. So I don't know, maybe like Ads brand. Feels like a simple one. Should be able to do that one relatively easy, right? Okay, this should work. Yep. That'll do it. All right. Get me all the way back up to the first part of the dungeon here, right? Now I need to go, well, unfortunately kill Tail. And then since I have 0 locusts currently, I can go right back up to floor 0, 0, and then we can hit one of the dark idols. Oh, something I don't think I've ever showed, but yeah, if you do that for hitting the back of the chest 3 times before the egg tells you, you do get a slightly different piece of dialogue. Okay, and now... Actually, I'm not even going to be able to use the locust that I have right now. Ah, I have too many! Okay, well, because I accidentally took too many locusts back on that one floor, I had to do this a little bit different, but that's okay. Just have to go through a couple more levels. It's fine. And that should net me the Endless Rod. I was kind of hoping that I would see this cutscene and it would just be the Mimic. Oh, apparently, and now here I also get the Endless Rod. Again! Because I suppose I never picked it up the first time that I went in here, right? That's a weird glitch, but then again, have you seen what I've been doing up to this point? All right, now. Anyway, for real this time. And this should be the perfect place to do it. Let's get right back in there. Okay, and now back in EX mode. Oh, gonna continue. Finish back up the 4th section again. And that's when things get a little bit different. I could have actually done this the first time, but I wanted to get the Endless Rod because I knew that was going to be hard to do in the first place. Back at the final room of EX mode. And this time, instead of resting at the tree, what I'm going to do is I'm going to fall where normally there would be a staircase. That sends me into the trailer levels. These are the levels that appear in the trailer, most of which are impossible. Unless you have burdens, of which I do, so it really shouldn't be all too bad. I guess I'm going to collect the locusts, even though I am fairly certain they do not do anything right now. Well, anyway, just most of these are otherwise pretty simple levels. Minus one of them. Oh, why did I go get the Endless Rod, right? It's because otherwise you would very quickly realize, oh yes, and these are the rooms that spell out Sokoban. Well, it was part of the trailer, right? And yes, otherwise you would just find yourself finding it impossible to proceed if I didn't do that before this. And also, I did do this before this. It's just I was doing so poorly on some of these pretty basic puzzles that I was like, you know what, let's just do it after I get the Endless Rod. Save me some editing time, right? Because I knew that it was going to eventually end in that regardless. Right, from here, grab you. And a lot of these are just, yeah, very simple. Of course, they're probably also all the test puzzles for the game. So they were never really meant to be particularly difficult or anything, just probably seeing exactly how each one of the enemies works, stuff like that. What do you think I'm trying to do right now? What's holding us? The Void Dungeon. Alright, get rid of you. And I mean, I've committed to getting all these, right? Can't stop now. Here, yeah, it should just be as simple as doing a little bit of that sort of thing. Otherwise, of course, it would be impossible to proceed if I didn't already have the wings. Interesting how they just made a bunch of trailer levels that are either thematic or just not even possible. Like, look at this. Can't even do that without having the wings. I'll also have the... I think this might be the track that plays when you're dancing with Lev in particular. It's definitely one of the dancing scenes. Get out of here, you. Same thing there. And I guess I'll go for all three because no particular reason. There aren't even any B statues that appear in EX mode, and this is not even really EX mode. I'm in Elysium and 3 question marks. Oh, it's on a glass pane, not one of the temporary blocks. It's trying to prevent it from falling down, right? Which I did, but still. This is such a simple one. I guess to try and show how you can sneak past enemies, right? Hey. Right, same basic thing as always. Well, you know, test levels, right? I'm gonna find some place to use them in the game. Nothing that I even really need to do here, especially with the fact that I do have. No matter how difficult things might get. Do not do give, do up. Again, 0 Ranger references. That's not even one the game's making. That's just one I'm making at this point. Oh, but you are forced to give up. Unless you do what I just did. This is actually kind of a difficult one. At least compared to the others. This is the one that, against all odds, I got stuck on for a while. Don't ask me how that worked. It's embarrassing, I suppose, is the thing. All right. Because really, it's as simple as what I just did right there. And here we are. So, you can try and go through this. It's not going to work, unfortunately. However, with my cool new rod, you can make it work anyway. Well, I'm still going to have to, like, figure out exactly how I'm going to go about doing that. All I know is that I needed the rod for this. And that should do. I did not expect... I didn't know what this ending was. I just knew that this led to an ending. I did not think I was going to be going to court. Hey, you're not supposed to escape from Elysium. Ah, well, little do you know that I have guides. Okay, you played the game enough. We've really got nothing else for you to do at this point. Then that sends me right back here for the regular ending. Didn't seem like there was anything different with the using the plus brand. Maybe I need to have the eggs still around, because that never reappeared after I got down to the end of section 4 there. Sound tests and its associated secrets. Let me just go engrave that right now. Yeah, just musical notes there, of course. Not really an actual mode, but does have a bunch of things that I'm going to be using a guide for. There's no way that I could have figured this out on my own. As with many of the secrets that start appearing at this part of the video, things like EX mode and everything are just... how? Data mining, I suppose. I'll leave you to it again. And we get to get the Lillie riding in the train right now. So you can see you got every one of the songs in here. Take a look at all of the various track names and everything. Every one of the circle themes all are alliterative for some reason. Affront to God. There's Voided. There's Mon's theme. All of them pretty much. At least Brightest Light, right? I think... Is this one that has the flute solo in because it's one of Lillie's themes? Ad Astra, I think you can probably tell what that one is. Can't even quite fit entirely in there. There you go, there's that. Oh, that is for Zero Stranger, the hard mode of it, of which, probably covering pretty quickly after this. Oh, I don't think I'm going to do Zero Stranger. It's just, I'm bad at shmups. Hey, Sky Gray Days. There's that one track that appeared in one singular place in the entire game during the Lillie's end sequence with Lev. System Endless. Which I guess is kind of their ending theme there. But anyway, there are also, like I said, secrets. So if I play 46, 12, then 25. It's another one of these. It's another dumb reference to Sonic CD. Which, okay, I guess like the other reference, the B screen that you got after that one dev ending, was more of a reference to when you put in an invalid cartridge into the Sonic 3 and Knuckles thing to play the Blue Spheres thing. I don't even think I mentioned that at the time. No way, no way. Sonic references, okay? What more do you want me to say? 28 and 9 gives you Zero Ranger reference again. with Bee and Sif dressed up as characters from that game. 2604. It's apparently Guile. Although I think that's supposed to be more the glasses guy in this game. As Guile? Well, Sif as glasses guy, as Guile. Whatever. You get it. One and 9 for Void Stranger's release date, apparently. $33 and 10 is 3310 did the Nokia phone with snake references, of course. 432. It's a stupid pipe dropping sound effect again. 1 18 26 34 36 41 43 47 and 57. There's a bunch of the NPCs as seen in the ending. With the Princess Lily's mom there, I suppose, too. I think those are those the floors that NPCs appear on, was that sequence? Maybe? 20 12 20 02. I do not know what the relevance of that one is. All right, then we got 5, 10, 11, 20, 26, 33, 37, 42, 48, 53, and finally 60. Which that's what I wanted to see. With the EX music as well. Why didn't we ever get to see this picture in game? I mean, that isn't in a very specific sequence that you gotta insert into the sound test. Alright, and then we got 2 for 2024. Which is, of course, it. When there was a patch date there for adding an EX mode. And then the final one here, and the most important of them all, oh boy, is spelling out 3C, 9I, and 6F, which gives you one more brand. Yes, even more to do. Well, let's go check that out right now. The final brand to unlock. And the final brand that I'm going to be doing anything with. It is a small thing, but it is still definitely something to check out, if nothing else. So there and here, as shown in the sound test. Absolutely, I am sure about that. Not quite sure what this one is supposed to be. It might be saying Sif or CC or something. I think it's supposed to be CC. Which will make sense in about 5 seconds as I get into it. There you go. All right, cool. So, what is this then? You can see it's Sif in the background. Why, it's Sif's challenge! Yeah, reference to Chip's challenge, which is old Sokoban game for, what, Windows 3, I think? Which is, sure, why not? As far as references go, it's not the most ridiculous. Collect the things from the shmup mode. Bonus points there. Shades go up in increasing value based on how many are on screen. Well, and they are only defeated. They're only counted as being defeated once you end the stage by going into the staircase. I don't care about fan service, but I mean, you know, we gotta do it, right? Here's where I tried to do a run, but for some reason something broke and I was playing as Gray instead of Sif, which kind of goes against the whole name of the challenge. And there were NPCs appearing, and when I tried to go into the Dark Isle, it took away all the burdens. So I just, let's just see the best run that I got here. This is the one that got the max rank. It went overall pretty well. So as you can see up on top of the screen, got 20 minutes to do whatever, got a score in the upper left corner. And every one of the permanent blocks in every one of the levels that aren't the weird side stuff like shortcuts has one of those Dees logo medallion things. It's pretty simple to kind of figure out what floors you want to hit up if you want to try to collect the maximum amount of those. Any ones with any of the starting areas, especially the ones that are not broken up statue rooms. However, none of that matters. Yo, sure, you think that what you want to do is you want to go through each area as fast as you can, collect all the medallions, defeat the enemies, get the locusts, everything like that. No. It's all about speed. Speed is the only thing that matters for Sif's challenge. So what you want to do is pretty much speed run through the game, and on top of using all the shortcuts and everything like that, I'm also just going to use that whole wrong brand thing that I was doing before. Because the AS brand room is almost entirely made out of glass blocks, so you can inscribe pretty much any brand you want in there. And which one am I going to choose? Well, Sif's brand. It's the one that's going to send me down the deepest, and also, hey, it's Sif's challenge, right? It only makes sense that I should be using her brand to rush to the end in roughly 5 minutes. You can go through this game really fast if you know what you're doing. Oh, also we got Sky Gray Days playing here. Normally, otherwise, only plays in the hard mode of the shmup section, which fortunately you're not going to see here. I'm gonna show the basics of the shmup mode after this, but it's just I'm gonna have to delay the video by like a week if I want to do that. Maybe if this becomes very popular or something, I'll make a return to be able to show off everything. But for right now, you can see I don't really know exactly what I'm doing, so I'm kind of fumbling around here a little bit. It's fine though, I figure it out pretty quick how I want to end up. It's using those permanent blocks that is the hard part. There's only 3 of them, but 3 of them do kind of get in the way, as you can see. Especially when you gotta go all over the place to try and inscribe Sif's brand in particular. Hey, something like that. Almost there. Really thinking about it. This is supposed to be my practice run, but it turned out so good that I'm just like, you know what? It's good enough anyway. Oh yeah, I also think I needed to get rid of that one too, which I almost forgot about. There you go. Now time to skip 150 levels. Actually, not even 150, 170. Oh, and also because you do get a locust bonus, I'm still gonna go push this over here and grab 99 immediately. Yeah, why bother even picking any of them up? Oh, now that I'm thinking about it, there is actually a message that you get if you try and pick up a locust once you have 99 of them. Whatever, just throw that on with all the other things that I'm missing doing right now. Grabbing a few more medals, just why not? It's going pretty well. But really, aside from that, the run is largely over at this point. I got no hit bonus, obviously got all the 255 brain completion bonus, got 99 locust bonus, couple extra medals there, which don't really make too much of a difference, but whatever, I'm doing it. And then remember that the very last thing in this section is a dark idol over staircase. Don't get trapped by that, because that will reset your run. Now, to actually finish it proper, you need to move the staircase from that. Oh, and one other thing that I didn't even realize until I was trying to go for some of the other ranks was that you can also hit the trees to get secret cats, which I'll probably show after the end of this, so before going on to the rest of the many references. Enjoy the Homestuck reference in particular. Yeah, that's right, this game has Homestuck references. I know, we're all extremely surprised at that. I mean, really? This game? With this style of storytelling and just the general level of secrets and everything like that, and length? Homestuck? I never would have guessed. But anyway, finishing it up here as soon as I get to... Well, not as soon as I get to A, but we got one tree after that, which I should have hit. The secret cats are fun. Even though they give me, let's be honest, a pretty minimal amount of points, but it's fine. And that's how you want to do it. Otherwise, you do not get the all clear. There you go, rank VS, because of course. Now let's see those other ranks and that cat. Zero is Stranger, the very last thing that I'm going to be doing. You unlock this by doing the dev ending, which you saw, but it is the shmup section at the very end of the game, except a little bit more score focused this time. So if I wait on the starting screen. Also, Summer Carnival XX, it's a reference to Spring Carnival Rekka, a very rare shmup for the Nintendo. I don't know why in particular they're referencing that here, but well, here we are. See the brands starting out with Lillie with a very high score. Then each one of the Void Lords all the way down to the blank Dees brand. Okay, can switch characters between Gray and Lillie. I'm going to be playing as Lillie because I like Lillie. And then just got simulation to be able to practice a lot of the stuff. Let's just start this up. So immediately here, we do have secret cats. Yeah, that's right, secret cats even in here. And this is a lot more, like I said, score focused. So as you can see, collecting orbs in quick succession gives me a multiplier, but also destroying orbs, if I can. Well, I didn't actually get anything for that there, but turns all of the projectiles on screen into the medals. And if you stop firing for a little bit, you are able to kind of just automatically collect them. It's pretty helpful like that. But like I said, I am too bad at shmups to be able to do this. So I am just going to do a very quick look at the basic mode here and the hard mode, which you technically unlock by getting enough points, but there's no way that I'm going to be able to do that. That's, I think. Thought there was a cat somewhere around here. Ah, there you are. Yeah, you have to specifically use the slashes to be able to get the cats. So it's not just a question of firing a whole bunch. Also, you lose, I think it is half your medals or something whenever you get hit. So although it's not very difficult to, say, just complete a basic version of this, it is quite difficult, on the other hand, to be able to get a good score. And if you're able to beat Lillie's score, as you saw on the high score screen, you get the secret code to unlock hard mode. But you can do that at any time, so it doesn't really matter. Let's just start going for the... What? I got hit. You get so many orbs spawning in here, and it is kind of just worthwhile. And your hitbox is so small, too. Kind of worthwhile to just kind of stop. Oh, yeah, there's also secrets, too. Shouldn't forget about that. To just keep firing to get all the bullets in here so that... Ah! There you go. And nice, up to 64, as you can see, for the total. Hey, that's not bad. Ah! Watch out, though. Still, though, 63. I can get a lot more than that in terms of... I can get a lot more than that in terms of the actual... good scores here. I'm just bad. I'm bad. I'll just say it. I'm bad. I'm too bad to be able to... do Zero Stranger. Straight up. I would love to say that it's just like, oh yeah, let me go. Because the thing is, the hard mode actually does have a unique boss face for Lev and everything, where she brings out the Sea Angel where she brings out the Sea Angel form that you can see, like in Sif's tree bit, Sif's dream, and along the side of her inscription, but never actually appears in game. Well, it does appear in hard mode of this, and I'd love to show that, but there's no way. I'd be probably like grinding on this for a week to be able to barely get even a single try at fighting it. I had to do the end of it. I had to do the end of I'm going for Lev there. I had to do the end of the Zero Ranger like 10 times before I was able to complete it because I'm just that bad at these games. Right there. Don't want to select. I do want to. If you slash, it's easier to take care of the octahedrons, of course, but it also means that they don't throw down a bullet on death. So that is just that much. Oop, cat. Thank you, cat. Yeah, so that's that many less potential medals that you could possibly get. There we go. Just want a couple extra medals there since I had so many props just kind of hanging around. You want to wait to pick those up. We also got a pretty big hitbox for it and everything. All right, and unlike the version of the game that you play at the ending of Void Stranger Lev, you do not get like 5 extra hits or something on top of... Don't get 5 extra hits or whatever on top of your stuff, if you go down to your first style weapon and everything and get hit again, you die. So it's a little bit more unforgiving, but honestly not that much more. It's still, yeah. I'm getting hit so much here. I'm losing all my medals. Oh, really? That was enough? Usually you're so forgiving in terms of hitboxes in this. Okay. And that's the whole thing where it's just like I probably wanted to. There you go. Not bad. Oh, cap. I would love to have gotten more points there, but it wasn't that good. Yeah, speaking of not that good, it's like, So that score is not going to be good enough to get Lillie. Lillie's a gamer. We know this. We've established this. 2 secrets, 4 cats. It's not bad. I think the maximum I've gotten is like 5 cats. Good stuff. There's also a screen if you die against Lev. There's also a screen if you die against, if you just die in the regular stage, everything like that. But maybe if this video gets super popular. Anyway, hold it down for 6 seconds to go into Zero Stranger If. And although it has the same start here, it is significantly more difficult. Things shoot out a lot more bullets, and a lot more of the bullets you can't just slash away, as evidence right here. Yeah. Then I immediately get hit anyway and lose all my... Okay. Alright. Lose all of the stuff that I was collecting there. Wait. Good. Yeah, there's a real bullet helly type of thing, and it is not at all forgiving. Oh yeah, those things just spew out bullets all over the place. You let them. Well, they don't spew out bullets if you slash them to death, so... Well, yeah, as observe right now. Oh, come on! I thought I was safe there. Not terrible, at least. So yeah, if you're going for high score and whatever, it's just, again, I would highly recommend just doing if mode. It's a lot easier to get good score, I suppose. Oh, wait, there you are. I knew something. Well, that was terrible. And the boss is the real thing that I want to show off. It's like not even just seems super form. There's like several different new phases and stuff like that, but it is just too hard for me. But you know, hey, that kind of comes down to... Oh, final thoughts on Void Stranger now that we're wrapping it all up for real this time. Like, actually, this time... Oh, God, I was so close there. I really enjoy this game. It is weird. It is messy. It is a game that I really liked. I mean, of course, I wouldn't be doing the series if I didn't like it, but you know what I'm saying. But I can also totally understand if somebody were saying that it's like, no, I despise this game. But overall, it's like, I don't want games that are very polished. I want games that are passionate. And I feel like Void Stranger has fulfilled that sort of ask, like, a lot. Yeah. And that is exactly what I was looking for. So, you know, hey, also, as we're wrapping it up, make sure you like, comment, and subscribe if you want beat for you. Nobody got to this part of the video. It doesn't matter. I can say whatever I want. Man, this is one of the biggest videos that I have done, just period. Yeah, well, yeah, that one wasn't going to happen. Up there, at least you can see the goofy Deece laughing at you in the game over screen. But overall, still would highly recommend this game, and I'm curious as to what's going to be happening next time. If a developer makes any more games past this point, or in the next 5 years at the very least. Aside from that, that is Void Stranger. Pretty much maybe not everything, but very close, I would say.